has shot down at least 2 drones fired from Yemen by the Iranian-backed Houthi rebels. And some of those drones managed to hit some commercial ships in the Red Sea, making this very clear. This is a multi-pronged attack against commercial shipping. This is a statement from a U.S. defense official saying Houthi missiles struck some commercial ships in the Red Sea. The Carney's been lending assistance and shot down at least 2 drones heading in its direction. So it appears that this attack was a multi-pronged. There were multiple drones that were launched. Carney, of course, has been a number of U.S. Navy destroyers, not only in the Red Sea, but off the coast of Yemen as well, and action was taken.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson. A supplemental package dealing with U.S. border security is held up in the Senate with both parties far apart in negotiations. The October request from the White House included funding for Ukraine, Israel, Indo-Pacific security, along with the U.S. southern border. Senate Republicans want stricter policies in the package. Oklahoma Republican Senator James Lankford on ABC's This Week.
They asked for funding for Israel, for Ukraine, for Taiwan, and for the border. And then literally 2 days later, after they put that proposal out in their request, they also put out a piece saying that the border funding element would be, quote unquote, this was their term, a tourniquet. What they really need is a change in policy.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer blaming Republicans, claiming they are holding up what he calls vital Ukraine aid. An upstate New York gun factory is closing its doors in March. Remington Arms is closing its Ilion plant. It dates back to the 1800s and employs about 270 workers. The company under pressure since a school shooter used one of its AR-15s. America is listening to Fox News.
Since 1997, Island Eye Institute has been committed to your family's eye care needs. From its beginnings, Island Eye Institute has recognized the value in incorporating state-of-the-art technology into personalized care and the commitment to excellence. As Guam's complete eye center, our specialists offer their expertise in glaucoma, retina, cornea, LASIK, cataract, and diabetic eye disease. Island Eye accepts Select Care, Net Care, Take Care, and Stay Well. Call us at 637-2020 to schedule your appointment today. We're located on the 2nd floor of the Baltesh Pavilion in Tamuning.
Subway just added 6 all-new sandwiches to the Subway series.
You gotta have number 23. The Hot Shot Italiano is the De Niro of subs, loaded with pepperoni and salami.
Come on now, get in the game. Pick number 19, the Pickleball Club. Ham, bacon, lettuce, tomatoes, onions.
Number 20. That's to be continued because there's so much new at Subway. The Subway series of 16 sandwiches is not just a roster. It's the greatest Subway menu of all time.
At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
As the U.S. pledges its support for Israel, questions remain about backing for Ukraine in its war with Russia and if the U.S. will continue to support that effort.
There is still some difference of opinion on Ukraine funding in the U.S. House. Massachusetts Democrat Seth Moulton says there is a reason he would not vote for standalone funds for Israel.
Not if it imperiled funding for Ukraine.
He says that's why Democrats want to pair funding for Ukraine and Israel. But Florida Republican Michael Waltz says we should reevaluate Ukraine aid.
I think we are past the point of blank checks, don't ask questions.
Waltz says he'd like to hear from President Biden what victory for Ukraine looks like and how much more money that requires. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Some House Republicans are urging President Biden to restrict travel from the U.S. to China as an outbreak of pneumonia and respiratory illnesses in children spreads across the country. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem on Fox's Sunday Morning Futures saying China should not be trusted with transparency about illnesses.
Not only do they outsource their viruses to the United States, then they also control the ingredients and the drugs that we need to take care of Americans here today when they do get sick.
Massachusetts and Ohio currently are reporting a surge in respiratory illnesses in children. There's no evidence to suggest a link between those illnesses and the current outbreak in China. At least 4 people are dead in the Philippines and 7 more are injured after a suspected bomb attack during a Catholic mass earlier this morning. Authorities say the attack happened in a university gymnasium in the country's largest Muslim city. The country's president is blaming foreign terrorists. Regional police are investigating the attack and looking into a connection with an airstrike on Friday, which killed 11 Islamist militants. This is Fox News. I'm Ann Carrick, and you are listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Chances are you've got some questions right now. Well, here's a couple answers. Lysol disinfectant sprays and Lysol disinfecting wipes together can be used on over 100 surfaces and kills 99.9% of viruses and bacteria. It even kills the COVID-19 virus. These are simple facts backed up by science. Lysol is suitable to protect your kids and pets. USA's #1, now protecting your homes. Lysol, what it takes to protect. Shop today at your Guam Kmart store.
Sure, you can eat my breakfast bagels during breakfast time, but they're actually available all day long. That means you can enjoy them for lunch, second lunch, your pre-dinner snack, dinner, your post-dinner snack, or your post-dinner pre-midnight munchies. I don't judge. They're only 2 for $4.50, so go wild. Price and participation may vary.
Today and Good Morning Guam at 6:06 on Monday, December 4. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A day after GPD issued a wanted flyer for 31-year-old Jude Ryan Kenga, he was arrested and charged in 2 separate robbery incidents. The first robbery occurred at Dehong store in Mangilao on November 5. Kenga and another male individual pointed a black handgun at the store employee and made off with $100. On November 28, employees at the Shell gas station in Jigo were held at gunpoint and $200 was taken. Kenga admitted to police that he robbed the Mangilao store to stay high until he committed the robbery at Shell and committed the Shell robbery because he needed more meth. Police were able to confirm Kenga's identity and involvement through surveillance footage obtained from the Shell gas station. Meanwhile, George Chambers Jr., who was convicted in a Pandemic Unemployment Assistance or PUA fraud case, partially won his appeal before the Supreme Court. Although he was acquitted of most of the charges, he was convicted of tampering with public records and unsworn falsification as misdemeanors. On Friday, the Supreme Court overturned the unsworn falsification charge due to a lack of sufficient evidence. Court documents state that Chambers created a fictitious business license to process his PUA application. He was, however, eligible for PUA benefits. The case was remanded to the trial court for further proceedings. We'll have more news after this.
Santa's coming and things are looking up. Bank Pacific has rolled out Rudolph's favorite My Christmas Loan with the annual percentage rate as low as 7.49% and up to $50,000. And with our Bank Pacific contactless Visa debit card, you have the flexibility of using your money when you want, where you want. My Christmas Loan, contactless Visa debit card. Let's make Christmas season merrier in 23. Equal opportunity lender, credit conditions apply. Merry Christmas from Bank Pacific.
Governor Lulian Guerrero signed Executive Order 2023-15 on Thursday, initiating a second round of the Local Employers Assistance Program, or LEAP, supplemental grant. The executive order allocates $5 million in ARP funding towards LEAP 2 and directs GIDA to administer the program. These funds are in addition to the $15 million made available through Public Law 37-15, which the governor signed into law in May. The governor says, recognizing that the tourism industry and related businesses continue efforts in the extended recovery process, our administration is directing these dollars towards ensuring their resilience. And Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio made the official announcement over the weekend that he plans to run for governor in the 2026 elections. He has not announced his running mate, but says he intends to consult with friends, family members, and colleagues as he makes that decision. Tenorio and Governor Lulian Guerrero were the first Democrats to hold ADLUP in 16 years after 2 Republican governors, Felix Camacho and Eddie Calvo, served 2 terms each. Other potential candidates from the Democrat side include Speaker Therese Terlahi, Senator Chris Barnett, Senator Joe San Augustine, and former Senator Dennis Rodriguez. The Republicans have yet to announce any potential candidate for governor. And those were your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with the weather.
Well, I don't know. It might be good weather for ducks. Stephen Blake, real human being, Stephen Blake, has sent me a picture this morning of, yes, it's a duck showing up at the house here.
Looks high on quack.
I'm going to presume that means there could be some rain in the forecast here. Weird kind of couple of days
smell it.
that we've been having. But anyway, nice job there, Steve. And Steve's also got some great pictures that he took. This one here, if I can read the caption correctly, hold on a second. I'm not sure if you can see it up on the screen either, but it says bear ass and Barras. It's Barras Beach.
Barras.
I think that's how it's
right,
Barras
man.
Beach. I think it's how it's pronounced. The northern, description
That's how our
of the
ancestors
area.
said it.
The Barras Beach. That's very, very nice. And this one here is Sirena Beach on Anderson Air Force Base on the other side of the fence. So I'm probably confident in saying I've never, ever been there before in my life. Anyway, all right. So where are we going? 10 after 6. You asked for weather. Let me see if I can scare up some weather here today. Do I have a current map? I do have a current map up on the screen. And do you see how there's nothing around where Guam is right now? So that means we're going to have mostly sunny skies. Daytime highs today about 88 degrees. With a heat index, it'll feel like 90 because it's not as muggy these days. We are at that transition point, as Brandon said last week. So we got nothing but nice cool winds and cool air around us and some nice trade winds blowing things around. East-northeast winds 9 to 15 miles an hour, gusting as high as 20 miles an hour. I told you it was going to be gusty. Did you see where we had the high wind warning yesterday from the JIT?
Yes, everyone went kiteboarding.
That was me. I did that. Partly cloudy tonight, mostly sunny again tomorrow. Daytime highs 88 degrees, breezy, gusts as high as about 18 miles an hour tomorrow night. Partly cloudy skies and mostly sunny again on Wednesday, with highs near 88 degrees. With a heat index, like I said, over the next couple of days. You know what's happening with it? I mispronounced bare ass, and now all of my pronunciation is going to be wrong all day. Heat index today 90 degrees. Like I said, about a 20% chance of rain. Sunrise this morning, not until about 6:30, 6:29 is when they're predicting the sun to come up. Sunset tonight is going to be at 5:52. Hashtag tell the others. Yeah, you saw me showing some pictures of Pirates Cove and their gorgeous sunrise. Might get a few more of those as about 6:30 or so. Jeff is going to go out there and personally tell the sun to rise. That's the deal. So we got the air machines are on this morning. All we got to do is get some sunshine around here. There it is. News and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 69 years.
Introducing My Rewards from 76 Circle K, a new and exciting way to fuel your savings. Get rewarded while purchasing your favorite items like Circle K coffee, Polar Pop, hot dogs, and more. Save 25 cents off per gallon and fuel your savings with My Rewards. Download the My Rewards Guam app. 25 cents off per gallon is valid for up to 20 gallons. One time per day. Certain exclusions apply. Visit 76circlekguam.com for more details.
Attention business owners. Upgrade your connectivity with Docomo Pacific's new business mobile plans. Whether you're upgrading your phone or bringing your own device, you can save big. Up to $20 a month. Enjoy unlimited talk and text locally and to the U.S. plus data roaming to the U.S., Japan, Korea, and the Philippines. Experience the power of seamless communication. Visit business.docomopacific.com today for more details. Some conditions apply. I am feeling it, yes. 6:13 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at APL American President Line. They're delivering the future.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I was looking for something. This morning I'm happy to report once again that I'm drinking some really, really good coffee out of my clean canteen.
Oh, yeah. You finally cleaned it.
Stainless steel.
I know.
Just stick it in the microwave for about 60 seconds. And it'll be all right. Ignore that popping and crackling noise. Ignore all that. That's how you sterilize these things. But I'm drinking my coffee out of my clean canteen, and I usually have my water with the Oba Scoba initials on it, and I usually drink this.
Slaps on your
cup. You like that?
Yeah.
Yes, and
I'm jealous.
And it says, and it's a Yeti. We all three of these. We all three got these Yeti tumblers as a gift, right?
True.
From our friends.
True.
The hot moms over at McCool School.
Yes, thank you.
Anyway,
for that. Are they real?
I don't know. That's what an interesting question that is. So never mind. Never mind. If you go to Candid every day and you're looking at the stories, I guarantee the one about Josh Tenorio and he's declaring his candidacy for governor of Guam in 2020. Whatever. Yeah, that's one of those whatevers, right? The real big story here is it possible that your Yeti is fake? And apparently there was this whole investigation. The FBI. Right?
So I guess if you bought it on Guam, it's fake. If you ordered it directly, then I guess not.
Yeah, who orders things directly from anywhere? I don't. Oh, do you?
They're all suspect now.
So if you've got one just like this, let's put them side by side, because the question is, how do you tell the difference on the thing? I read the story, and they talked about how they took tests and they sent them off to the Yeti people, and they were certified as counterfeits. And there doesn't seem to be any record of selling any real, actual Yeti stuff here on Guam. And so I'm kind of curious about what the origins of this particular Yeti is. It's got a little QR code sticker on the bottom that hasn't fallen off yet or anything like that. I've got what I believe to be a certified genuine Yeti accessory, so I can carry this around and put hot water.
That's the only real thing on
drinks,
it.
cold. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but here's the thing, and I don't know who to take this to. Romeo, maybe. Romeo Miranda over at Buenos and Hoffaday.
Yes.
Because maybe he can make those little stickers so where it says, instead of YETI, you get the special Guamanian version, which is SHETI. Right? You see
How
it?
do we know? You know how you can tell, Ray?
Yeah,
you get a certified Yeti cup, and you get one of yours, and you put ice in it. And if one of them has ice like 6 months later, you know it's the real one.
Probably a real Yeti. We have this conversation every once in a while because I've got buddies. My buddy JB, who actually has I have a loaner Yeti. For when I decide that I'm going to, really and truly upgrade. He loaned me one of them.
It's got a tag on it, right? So we can find it.
Well, I'm sure his is for real. And it's got an air tag on it, just in case. But anyway, I'm not going to tell you where. So I've got one of those big Yeti coolers, and every once in a while I get into the conversation with people about, how long how much longer ice will last in a Yeti cooler versus, just the regular old buy it costs you less, third brand name, whatever. And so I always tell them, okay, guys, I'm not a fisherman. I need to keep beer cold while I'm at the beach. Now, I might be at the beach for as long as, 3 or 4, tops out at 5 hours. And I just need to have the whatever beer and soft drinks and water. Yeah, there's water in there. Keep that cold for about the 4 or 5 hours. I'm not camping out with this thing for the entire week.
You're not on an excursion
in Sessedson or someplace like that. Yeah, not on an excursion. Not gonna. But anyway, so that's not where I wanted to go. I went there a little bit early, but I do want to say thank you very much to Jerome McDonald, because inside this clean canteen, which is another brand, getting harder to find. Because they're not Yeti. But anyway, inside the clean canteen is some coffee that Jerome McDonald had sent out to us, which is awesome. But and I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, but I'm going to drink it.
Here it comes.
I'm going to brew it as fast as possible. I'm going to brew the bag as fast as possible, because there is a place on the World Wide Web, and there might be enough time. What's the 4th of December? There might be enough time for you to make an order at a place called Public Square. And I'm very specific about this Public Square place because they sell a number of different kinds of goodies, baby, kids supplies, stuff for the house, sports and outdoors, food and drinks, et cetera, specifically manufactured by unwoke companies. It is.
Yeah?
Yes, it is. It is the kind.
How do we know?
Because Real Joe, they sell a brand. Look at it. You can see it up on the screen right now of Covfefe coffee. Covfefe coffee.
What?
You don't know what Covfefe means?
Covfefe?
Nobody knows what Covfefe means.
No.
Nobody. There was a couple of years ago, Donald Trump, when he was still on Twitter, sends out one of these weird late-night tweets and just, in all caps, Covfefe. And every single person on the planet is, digging into all of Trump memorabilia and history and DNA and the genetics of the guy to come and figure out what Covfefe is. There's a company in the States, and you can buy Covfefe making coffee, great coffee. How much is this? $119. But maybe there's a whole lot, or you can just get a mug, a Covfefe mug. There's not one hardcore Trump-loving conservative on Guam that would not love to get a Covfefe coffee mug. Just saying.
You sparked my interest, man.
Public Square. Google it, Public Square, because I don't think it's a .com. I think it's publicsq.com. So just Google Public Square or Covfefe coffee, and you will come up with it. You can thank me later. I'm not going to suggest how you can thank me later. But this is exactly that we all think kind of alike here on the program. So as far as I'm concerned, this might be the best Santa Claus routine you're going to get. If you've got somebody, if you're listening to the program because somebody forces you to listen to this broadcast because we tend to think alike, then guaranteed he or she, because there are she's that like this too, would love to have some Covfefe coffee and a Covfefe morning cup that you can put it in. Just saying. All right. So as we start off the program, I'd like to say welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3. Pika's Best.
Whoop, whoop.
3 years running. What
Three times?
Yeah, 3 times. This
Wow.
three-peat.
I don't think I can do it anymore, man.
No, I think we've got more. We've got more left in us, or everybody else has got less. I'm still trying to sort out, the requirements for victory. At any rate, glad to have you online with us. Real Joe gets the phone when you call it 888-825-5888-TALK. Donna D is going to be taking care of news and headlines, and there's always something to look forward to on Mondays because generally there are one or two things that happen over the weekend that will turn themselves into Monday morning
one
news.
Or two things.
One just
Whoever
one or two
publishes
things.
on
Dude, did you see
Saturday.
the lights?
Did
lights?
I was there.
At Triangle. You were there?
I was there.
You were the brightest light there, Ray Gibson.
Where's the picture? Where's the video?
Wait, hold on a second. I got video.
I know Uncle Carl had to send it to you.
Yes, he did. I've got video here of the tree lighting.
Do we have drone shots? Right?
After, I don't know whether this is drone shot or we're just, holding Valerie up over his head, but we've got some great shots. If you were in the Agana Heights area on generally any night, but starting on Friday night, just after sunset, the got up there, did a couple of speeches. Josh Tenorio was there, Governor Lulian Guerrero on scene, and then they flipped the switch, and all of a sudden the lights go on, and a really, really nice set of folks. Instrumental in putting this together. I've got their names and a little bit of a biography. Donna and Dennis Pauly. Donna works over at the MWR. She came to Guam recently, and she has bought lots of Christmas decorative lights to display all around their home in Santa Rita. However, Typhoon Mawar felled most of her trees and bushes. So what am I going to do with the lights? She reached out to GVB and offered to loan us the lights to display for all of Guam to enjoy. Donna and Dennis, special guests over there on Friday night with Governor Lou, Mayor Paul McDonald, Akeem Issa, and everybody throwing the switch on. And so thank you very much, Dennis and Donna Pauly. And I had a chance to meet them both before.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, before I vamoose from the place. Really, really terrific people. Listen to the show every day.
Oh,
absolutely love you.
Thank
Absolutely, there's something about your laugh. Absolutely love Donna and the way that Donna can completely ignore virtually everything I say, but still recover when I ask her.
Remember when she yawned?
Yeah, you remember when she yawned? Oh, we laughed about
I'll
that.
never forget when she yawned.
We laughed about that long into the night on
See, she's not
She's
not
even here. Are you talking about me?
Yes.
How dare you talk about me in front of my face?
Because we know you're not listening. You realize real Joe and I can say anything here and not risk you hearing about it.
I can hear you. I'm just not absorbing.
See, Dennis, this is why people all over Guam tune in at any rate. So we got the entire crew assembled here. The only folks that we are missing right now are a bunch of what do I want to call them? There was a word I wanted to get, and I can't remember what it was all of a sudden. But that's okay. It'll come back to me in just a couple of minutes. Let's say good morning to all of these other Pika's best listeners.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Oh, yep. And you might be asking, are there any pictures with Ray Gibson in them from the other night? And yeah, there might have been a couple of photographers lurking around the site. There was one thing that looks like a balloon that I wanted to sit in because it looked like big Ray Gibson Papasan chair. Yeah.
Check that out. Dude, I love your slippers.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
They're just the inexpensive kind of slippers.
Yeah.
Because I found, what you can spend a lot of money on slippers in the stores and stuff, but they last just as long as the ones that you can buy from over at Kmart for like $9. So
is that an Obascoba shirt?
That is an Obascoba shirt.
That
Thank you
looks
very much.
great,
I went
man.
out in public with it, so I got that picture. There's me shaking hands. Maybe I had too many Michelob Ultras while I was there. I was just trying to be friendly. I was trying to be friendly with
Treat
everybody.
everyone like somebody.
Exactly. And I found this lady walking around.
Oh,
so
nice.
I thought maybe I'd grab a shot.
Governor.
Yes, Governor Lulian Guerrero and I.
Did she tell you to stop WhatsApping her?
I'm trying to get work done. I don't know with you and your crazy memes that you're always sending over. Actually, I do have a couple of crazy memes. I love this one here. Closing in on the end of the football season. We've only got from here another 4 weeks in regular play, and there's one big game that everybody's going to be talking about that will light off in about an hour. But I love this picture. It talks about the dominance, the supremacy of the United States of America with 47 plus Super Bowl wins. How many did they have in Europe? None. Zero. America. I'm telling you. So anyway, there's a cool meme there. If you've got some more like that, 797-8255 is where we deposit the memes and the videos and audios and stuff like that. 6:27 in the morning. Donna D is, like I said, taking care of the news and the headlines. Troy Torres at number 1 today. Congratulations
Good
to
morning,
you, cousin Troy.
Chelo.
Absolutely. And I think
Pray for us. Please.
I'm sure he did. I'm sure he does.
Thank you,
look
bro.
at that. The EOD kaboom online.
Hot wives so early in the morning.
Oh boy, and EOD, I gotta tell you about this. Binge watch a show on Netflix called Obliterated.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Action?
Yes.
Okay.
Lots and lots of plot twists, and I'm not and a character in the show that EOD Kaboom and all of my other EOD guys will identify with, because it's about this super elite team of warriors, and they're trying to save Las Vegas from getting nuked. And
sweet.
One of the key players is like super old school EOD guy, and you can tell he's like super old school because he got like claw hands.
Oh, no.
Because one got away from him.
Yeah.
Anyway, you definitely got to check Obliterated, and there are a lot of other reasons why you will enjoy the program. Keenan McCausland is there. So is Henry McLaughlin, Auntie Bennett Lohan Duenas. Rico B says Yeti is a no going back to the Hydro Flask. Stephen Blake, you know what? I'm going to make a pitch here. Do me a favor. You might be able to find these on Amazon. And it is a clean canteen. And one of the reasons why I always go back to this, despite all the other drinking containers that I have, because look at the size of it.
Perfect, right?
It fits
in
every cup holder I have around me. Every cup holder that I have at the house, in the car, in Frontier's got 18 million cup holders, and this fits all of them. You ever get that Hydro Flask?
Yeah, it's too fat.
You got to get an adapter for it.
Yeah.
And I'm going to, here, look, spend more money because you need now the adapter that goes with everything else in your Hydro Flask life. Stephen Blake is there saying buenas to the point, gang. Tattoo Shauna's own.
Oh, is that Sticks?
It's Sticks. He's online.
Morning, guy.
So it's Keena McCausland saying happy heavenly birthday to our par ton duk duk. Miss you much, buddy. D. Wayne Santos and Tattoo Shauna is there. Who else is playing around? Anthony Bennett, Henry Manglonia, D. Spill the tea. I don't know about Yeti. Jeff Pleadwell from Pirates Cove online.
Morning Peak is best.
Absolutely. Our favorite guy artist, Ron Castro, is there. Andy Terlahi. Lori with a Y. Duenas. Lori with the Duenas.
Nice.
Buenas, Mananas, Sidzoes, Point Familia, Carlos Camacho, and Michelle Conception. There's Bunker Meadow hanging out with Sandra Regis, Belen Sidell. Hello, Mrs. Sidell. Is it welcome back? I don't think so. She went and did a Spartan run with a bunch of folks from her gym, gym up in Mighty.
Ouch.
Yeah. but I think they came in like second.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. I mean,
off island.
Philippines.
Okay.
Way to rep. But I did not see her yesterday at the Christmas run at the Hilton. I saw everybody else. When I asked, they said that she was still, traipsing around in the provinces in the Philippines. But glad to know she's awake and checking in with us this morning. Charles Craw is there. Juanita Machi, there it is. Sidel Beach in the Philippines, where she's got internet at least. Alicia Duenas Anderson from First Beach on Guam, checking in as well. Steve Love says happy to be back on Guam.
Oh,
he was out.
Good morning.
Looking for love in all the wrong places. And I had the opportunity to point him out to a bunch of my hero buddies over at the place yesterday. I said, that there's Steve Love.
There he is.
So Pat Saw is on. I see multiple Valentine likes from the Doc's wife, Ruel de Rooster Drilons, and Patrick A. and Martha Tovis, Francis Duffy, Felix Bamba, and the amazing and incredible Joe Cruz. Right-click on that and see his most recent post. It's not a recent post of real Joe on a bicycle or out there taming the mountains and the wildlife of Mount Alutum. It's a picture of Ruckus. And it's got it is clearly a picture of the happiest little boy on the planet. Way to go, Dad. Vince Delgado is there. Ismael Velez, Operation Christmas Drop, a great experience in getting the kiddos to understand how important it is to volunteer and help out those less fortunate.
Nice.
And they do it in a very, very artistic manner.
He's in a good mood this morning. Right?
Yes.
Thanks, Ismael.
Ignoring the fact that our men and women are being attacked in the Red Sea. All right, so we got Iz and the family. There's the boys, and the big boy is Josh Tykenko in that picture. And it wasn't just load the box. It was we're loading the box, and then they made it look like an actual wrapped Christmas gift. Ismael is Santa Claus. There it is. That's all we need to know now. Miriam Brookley is there. Anna Marides and Nate Horn. I just wanted to stay high is the best reason I ever heard besides it's not my pants. They're getting more clever. They are getting more clever in some of these magistrate reports. The Christine Oliver is there. What's that? Does anyone understand what kind of path our country is on? Billions of dollars being laundered through these idiotic wars. Zelensky is becoming a billionaire from our tax money. There can be no peace with these greedy politicians. Don't worry, because Trump will be back there soon. There's going to be a national election.
Oh, we hope so.
Trump's going to win it, and then he's going to undo, if it's possible, all of the crap that Biden has done since the very first day he has been in office. Benita Camacho Garrido and cousin, or is it Antioli Elliott, Tim Flores, Dan Rasal, Alpha Ade to Tony and Annette Unpenko Addo. Oh, my. Real Joe, I don't think we've seen the last of Tony Adda.
Good morning, Senator.
Look at all those. Look at the cronies there in that picture. Look at this, all Republicans all over the place. It's just Republican cronies in that picture with Tony Adda right there in the middle. Patrick, hey Tony, I heard Josh Tenoyo's looking for a running mate. That was in the story, right? That was, come on. You can do it. You can do it. No, this time, no, for real. You can do it this time. It's like everybody, no, for real, Tony. This time I'll vote for you, right? Come on. You never know. You never know unless you ask, right? Just go seek him out. Just say,
Mix
hey, Josh,
it up, man.
You know,
Yeah.
would not be the first time. There was a once upon a time, Kaleo Moylan ran for governor. His running mate ran for governor as a Republican. His running mate, Francis Santos.
Oh, wow.
Known Democrat.
Yes.
And they put together, mounted a pretty interesting campaign. I mean, you lost, but I mean, you knew that was going to happen, but I thought it was kind of interesting. Anyway, so there's Patrick Bumba, Anthony Bennett, Gerald Young, Mike Legwatney up at Anderson Air Force Base. Mark Anthony saying happy Monday, peak is best. That could apply all kinds of places. Andy Miller saying hello from DFW, the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And the scene of one of America's major airports, DFW. Now, DFW is actually two places. And in between Dallas and Fort Worth is nothing but gentlemen's clubs. I'm not
How
saying
would you know that?
I'm not
dude?
saying that's what Andy's doing.
Thanks for the information.
Hey, no problem. No problem. Holiday to Margaret Estacio. F. Ramos is online. Philip Tuttenauer and Ali Malakas. Ismail says Zelensky's owns the largest movie production company in Ukraine. It produces its own sound effects. His production company is Kolomoisky and Soros funded and supported by the Kolomoisky Private Army. Want the real news? It's not CNN or Fox. Joey Keatsu is online. So is Bandit and Lynn Vince Borapolino. My bro, Roy Burgess, yesterday. And Roy, an absolute inspiration in the Christmas run. And it wasn't the only one that was inspiring. They had not one, but 3 guys in inflatable Santa Claus outfits running in a 5K yesterday, and it was a beauty. It was a beauty to behold, and frankly, Joe, it inspired me as well. Because even though I've got my plantar fasciitis, I still didn't want to get stuck losing to a bunch of guys in Santa Claus outfits. I mean, you beat I've got to deal with losing to Brandon, who's in addition to being 30 years younger than me, also pushing his kid around in a stroller, and he manages to do very, very well in all of his races. But I sure as hell was not going to lose to a bunch of guys dressed up as Santa Claus. Let me see, Bunker, Ismail, Dwayne. Dave Duenas is there. EOD Kaboom, Certified Spaghetti Mud. Jay Rojas is online.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Gotcha. Keenan McCausland with a sports score. 21 Saints, 24 Lions. Is that the final? Could be. Looks like it's one of those early games. The one to watch today, like I said, about 7:30, 7:25 is when kickoff between the Philadelphia Eagles and the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, yeah.
It's a matchup. It's a rematch of, last year's, what is it, their semis or something like that. But we'll just have to watch and see what happens with the scoring here today. The amazing and incredible Brad Wood is up.
Morning, Wood.
Ken Augustin, best week ever is upon us. Let me see. Looking to. There are a lot of comments. I mean, it's not just hey, so and so is watching. There's actual interesting conversations going on between everybody and everybody else. Keith Dixon is there. Adonis Mendiola. Let me see. Stephen Liz Amagui and Dean and Liza Castro. I got Janine Bloss online.
Morning, Janine.
Hi, Janine. What are you wearing today? No, because she wore the little black dress the other day.
Yeah.
And then the last time I saw her, it was I want to say it was like a red romper. Yeah.
Yeah,
very,
one piece.
Yep. Kind of. That's what it looked like. Ken Augustin says it's a short week for real. Your slippers aren't Yeti, says Troy Torres. I love that. Huge crowd here this morning. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get to all the names because there's just so much going on and everybody talking. Ben Servino is there. Ken Augustin, Tammy Pangilinan, and Leslie St-Nicholas. If I missed yours, I'm sorry. Johnny Atulai is online, and let me see, Lou Mendiola, and I think the rest are Rob Greeno and Jessica S.E. Cruz saying morning. RV Egna catching the program. Let me just check real quick the YouTube side. Seconds after I pressed the launch button, Kitsutsu in Japan already online with the news here. 143 yen in exchange for your dollar at the DoD Community Bank. Still, it looks like it wants to get stronger against the dollar, but it's happening in very, very tiny spurts here. What's that, baby? It's cold outside. Not being sexist, it is 40 degrees in Reno, Nevada. Dude, 37 degrees. 37 degrees with a wind chill. You know what? When it's that cold, Ken, feel free to put your hands in somebody else's pocket, just like the government. MP Ogo and Guam JKS Services. Good morning, Point Familia. Patricia's there saying good morning. Bad Boy 671 Barbecue. Brennan Fausto on this side. Chigo Jarhead up for the Ray Gibson Show. No chicken dinner at VFW Post. They did not get a winner Friday night. The new number is $5,600, almost $6,000 in the Queen of Hearts jackpot. And they're getting to the point where the number of cards that you've got to choose from is getting thinner and thinner. Good morning from Telefofo, Coffee and The Point. Best way to start your day. That's Sean Gumatautal. Tigo Biddies is on station.
Good morning, Perky.
Far from home's there. Christine, Lisa Greeno hanging out on this side as well. So we've said good morning in the kindest and most sincere way possible to a variety of our listeners, including my beloved cousin Troy out there with information about the Yeti. What the cousin Troy? This is among my proudest possessions because number one, it was a beautiful gift from some beautiful ladies that help out the kids over at McCool School. And are you telling me now that this Yeti deal might be counterfeit?
Well, I mean, according to the application for federal warrant, it was HSI, not FBI, but according to their application for the warrant, they conducted an investigation and they only named Kmart, and this is during a certain time frame. This investigation was let out in between 2021 and 2022. So I don't know about sales prior to that or after that. But in that time frame, it was Kmart, ABC stores, and Naval Base Guam. There wasn't, they didn't do an undercover thing. At least they didn't report an undercover sting over at Naval Base Guam. But all the samples that they got from Kmart and from ABC stores during their undercover stings, and the samples that they took from a custom seizure in December 2021, all of them were verified as counterfeit by the Yeti folks, the Yeti International or whatever. And I just thought it was the funniest thing. I knew that story was going to be more popular than
anything else, because everybody, you know, I mean, it's one of those things that you covet. Now, not everybody can go out there and buy the big ass Yeti cooler for $1,000, but you know, we got little smaller versions of Yeti. I've got a Yeti koozie that I keep for my drinks. You know, metal thing that I keep for my drinks on the beach. I've got this thing for water. You know, I know a bunch of women that absolutely love their Yeti wine things, and you know, it's and so there either came as gifts. But my point is that somebody paid a lot more of a premium because of the Yeti name, and now you're telling me it's possible that they are fakes. They're counterfeits.
It's so funny. I know so many people who have Yetis, and even in the comments section on both Instagram and the Instagram version is even funnier. I guess more people are bougie on Instagram. Everyone's like, son of a gun. I got a Yeti. I have a lot of Yetis. Or no wonder why my Yeti doesn't stay cold.
No wonder my Yeti doesn't stay cold. I love that.
It's so funny. Someone even put, I don't even have the damn receipt anymore.
Why would you? I mean, they look like they're supposed to be bulletproof, last a lifetime, all of that. But I mean, it raises a bunch of questions that, unfortunately, the nature of the investigation and the paperwork that you've published doesn't lead to it. How do I know that whether my Yeti is a real Yeti or not, or how do I get my refund? How is it possible I might be able to get my money back for this?
It's quite possible that, and we all missed it, it's one of those like little ads that appears in a newspaper of general circulation. It's quite possible that Yeti published one of those little ads in a newspaper over the last 2 years that said something like, we are not associated with such and such, whatever, and nobody saw it. But I think, you know, it's not the federal government's responsibility to provide a cure for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
They're just going after whoever breaks the counterfeit laws of the United States. And
but it calls into question, you know, and it's not just those 3 locations that sell so-called Yeti products here on Guam. It calls into question every single one on every single store shelf, and it's Christmas time. There's people looking for, you know, that, as you said, that bougie gift. I couldn't get to the cooler, but, you know, here's a tumbler.
Well, I mean, I buy a Hydro Flask.
Yeah, but the problem is, as we've gone over earlier, you caught this, is mostly you got to get an adapter if you want your Hydro Flask to fit into the cup well of most cars and trucks on Guam.
Where do you get that adapter? I need that.
I don't. You know what? You might need to know somebody that can, 3D print you one or something like that. But I want to say I've seen them. I don't know that I've seen them here, but maybe that's with the Russian sales on Hydro Flasks on Guam, it's possible that might be the next big somewhat boost. Now the prices are going to go up for those. That's what's going to happen. They're already pricey, but now they're going to be going up in price. If you're looking for a good one of the guys on Facebook said at Infusion, the deals that they've got there are good. So you might want to go and check out the thermoses and the flasks that they have over at Infusion. And nobody doesn't like Infusion, so that might make a great gift idea. Throw some gift certificates on the inside, and you're good to go. Because there's one other big story on Candid, and as you said, kind of unsurprising, but Josh Tenorio has decided he wants to be the next governor of Guam.
Yeah. I'm wondering who his running mate's going to be.
I already said. Didn't I already say Tony Ada? What?
That would be something.
There's like 5 guys in Inalahan, all last name Duenas, that believe that Josh Tenorio's best shot for a running mate is former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez.
And he was there. He was at that announcement along with Governor Lulian Guerrero. Now, that could be couched as, it's a former governor, a Democrat governor giving his support to the standard bearer of the party, et cetera, right? But, those rumors are flaring. So are the rumors of Eddie Towell running. They're coming up again.
Wait, he could have run, a couple of years ago when Tony ran with Felix.
Well, maybe he wasn't ready to. Well, has he trimmed his beard yet? Or
I could not tell you that. I've not seen a recent picture of Governor Ada. I think he might still be doing that Willie Nelson haircut with the beard. I'm not really sure, but we'll see if we can do some investigative work around here and see. Maybe Sean Gumatau from the Republican Party. You got any recent pictures of you and Governor Eddie Jerome Gaza-Calvo, and maybe we can throw some of that stuff into the rumor mills that are floating around here. Now you realize, and I hope somebody's told Josh about this, there has never been in the political history of Guam a lieutenant governor that was able to go directly from the lieutenant governor's office to the governor's office. Joe Ada.
Well,
Joe Ada was, but he had a year. He had a term in between.
Yeah, and that's he's up against that. Like he has all the people who don't like Governor Lulian Guerrero might not like him. They might put him in the same category as her. So, right now, and the election's far away, but right now the guy's got an uphill battle, I think.
Well, I don't know. It would take me a long time and several beers to think about what the political landscape looks like from either side. I'm getting a word here from Southern Mountain Gear. Says go back to the Hydro Flask, shop local. Southern Mountain Gear says they fit in a stocking, and I'm like, wait, hold on, Dan. I don't care if they fit in a stocking. Do they fit in the cup holder in my Frontier? That's what we've got to do is sort that out. Otherwise, if there's a sound that these Hydro Flasks make as they roll into each other, because they don't fit anywhere else. You can't keep them between your legs or your feet. I'm just saying, but I hear it. Southern Mountain Gear, if that's where you want to go. So we'll watch and see what happens over the next couple of days and see how that is going to be responded to by other potential Democrats and potential gubernatorial candidates in the Democratic Party, including, and I'm going to throw his name out here, and you're gonna say, Ray, you're crazy, you're out of your mind. Will Parkinson.
Oh, well, I don't know. I think he.
Oh wow, you said a lot right there.
So wait, hold on.
I think he would have to. I think he would have to get off the green juice first, so that he can function properly. It's a thing. It really is. Like do that thing on your own personal time, but just don't be that way at work. And maybe that could be a serious thing. I don't know. But I want to go back to that Hydro Flask thing.
Yes, go ahead.
And I think there's the peculiar thing about federal court documents is they don't get unsealed until the feds are done with their investigation, or they feel that that information being released will not jeopardize an ongoing investigation.
Yeah.
Just because we don't hear anything about other counterfeits, like, possibly Hydro Flask, doesn't mean that these things aren't counterfeits. I think there's, we have a history here on Guam and in the CNMI of distributors bringing in counterfeit stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And, buyer beware, right? Like, this is, I don't know how people, when they go shopping, are going to be able to verify that whatever they're buying is real, but it's a challenge here in Guam and in the CNMI.
Well, I was buying some Wagyu beef the other day. It really surprised me how cheap it was. But anyway, now I'm reminded now, if you and I were eating dinner in Osaka and we saw a big Wagyu thing, and go in and have Wagyu steak, Kobe beef or something like that.
Oh, so good.
Yes, but have you noticed that they have to be certified? The restaurants that sell all this stuff will be happy to sell it to you, but they've got to be certified to be able to do that. And they proudly come out there with their certificate and says, this is real Wagyu, this is real Kobe beef. At any rate, let me answer one question for you. Online right now on Amazon. Oh, crap. I hate it when that happens. The Swigsy car cup holder expander fits Hydro Flask, Yeti, Nalgene, large 32 40-ounce bottles and big drinks. And it has a larger part where you put the Yeti thing in, or the Hydro Flask in, and it has this small dammit part that goes in the cup holder hole. But it just
screws the cup holder.
Well, I think it expands a little bit to get in there, rubber tabs and that kind of thing. They don't have that one, but there's a couple of others that you can buy that have a little bit more by way of, I don't know, cup holdery features. But yeah, there are apparently adapters that you can get for your Hydro Flask that you are all going to be buying in significant numbers, because we're just not sure about Yetis anymore. Because I got to let you run. We're already late with the other news.
You guys have a wonderful morning.
We will. Donna D with news and headlines. We ought to jump into that now while she's still awake. Good morning, Donna. What did we miss?
First responders rescued a group of distressed kayakers off Agate yesterday morning. 3 men and 1 child were reportedly on Anai Island. Officials safely got them back to shore. No medical attention was needed. The fire department reminds the community that there are currently high wind, small craft, and high risk of rip currents advisories in effect. And Senator Will Parkinson has introduced Bill 208 in an attempt to extend the energy credit program another 3 months through March. The bill stems from the CCU's recent decision to authorize GPA's 3-cent rate increase. Parkinson adds, we have power rate increases and pay raises for upper management, all while we have load shedding. Someone has to look out for the best interests of the people, not just the best interest of GPA. And former Mayor's Council Executive Director Angel Sablan has been appointed the new Director of Parks and Rec effective December 18. His last official day with the Mayor's Council was on the 1st of this month after serving for more than 15 years. Acting Director Warren Pelletier will become Deputy Director of Parks and Rec. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Swimming pool. On that swimming pool. We'll talk with him a little bit later on. See, this is why one of the other stories is why I'm saying Will Parkinson. All right, maybe not governor material, but maybe lieutenant governor material. An act to appropriate $15,828,000 out of the FY24 general fund revenues collected in excess of the adopted levels. Blah, 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 blah. Because we already know in the first month of the new fiscal year that the government of Guam is already fat by $13 million, right? And so this is Will. Yeah. So this is Will thinking outside the box. And saying, well, if it was so good that we've had, was it 13? Are we at $1,300 now worth of these $100 a month credits? Why not another 3 for the first part of 2024? Wouldn't that be a great way to start off the year?
What the heck?
It's just right up there with paying my credit card bills, right? Is getting another $100 credit from Will Parkinson. I'm going to say give him the authorship of this. We'll see if it's got the votes necessary to make it move, or whether, even though it's a good idea, nobody will support it, because it's Will. We'll see what happens. 6:53 on the Ray Gibson Show. Quick break. I'll be right back.
Lime Away is the expert hard water cleaner that provides solutions to your lime, calcium, and rust stains. It's scientifically proven to eliminate lime scale deposits, leaving your home clean from hard water stains, bathtub, bathroom tiles, shower doors, sinks, and toilet bowl stains. Lime Away can eliminate them all. Get your bottle of Lime Away at your nearest mom and pop store and never be embarrassed by those ugly stains again. Lime Away, distributed by Cosmos Distributing.
People are saying the future looks uncertain.
Jobs, education, even our health.
Everything seems harder now.
They wonder if we're up to the challenges we're all facing.
We don't. We share in the proud history of our island and people.
We share the drive to serve and make life better for all of us.
We all share the will to overcome and succeed.
With part-time service in the Guam Army National Guard, you can share that too.
Join Guam's next greatest generation.
Contact us at 671-969-5967 or visit nationalguard.com/Guam to find out more.
Sponsored by the Guam Army National Guard and this station.
6:54. Your dog does not want a Yeti. Your dog wants some love from the bougiebooney.com of the World Wide Web. Call Katie. I'll give you a telephone number here in just a second, or go on the website. They are reminding you that there are but 21 days until Christmas. That's it, 21 days. This Christmas countdown, again, brought to you by the Bougie Booney Dog Salon in Tamuling. Easily book your appointment online at thebougiebooney.com, or give Katie a ring on her WhatsApp, 797-4163. Really got to do traffic too? Okay, let me see if I can find a map and get a quick update. No, there's nothing happening. No traffic anywhere. Way up in Potts Junction for some reason. But otherwise, southbound Marine Corps Drive from Anderson Air Force Base all the way through Denado, and the major intersections at Micronesia Mall, the Campley and Guerrero area. That's looking good. 8, 10, and 16 clear all the way down. Don't see a whole lot of traffic on 4. Don't see a whole lot of traffic on Route 8. 10 looks clean. Marine Corps Drive, Tamuling, all the way down to Big Navy and Suma. It's a straight shot, kids. Enjoy the ride.
Do you or a loved one suffer from severe joint, muscle, or bone pain? Do you currently suffer from autoimmune conditions such as gout, lupus, or rheumatoid arthritis? If so, Guam Regional Medical City is here to help. GRMC is pleased to welcome Dr. Tirakanok, Guam's only rheumatology provider. For more information, visit grmc.gu or contact GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762.
Get closer to your next adventure with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. Every dollar spent can help you earn miles towards your upcoming trip. Earn 2 times the miles for $1 spent on gas, groceries, and United Airlines tickets. And earn 1 mile for every dollar spent on all other qualifying purchases. Plus, there's no expiration on the miles you've earned. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Oh, that know-it-all? Great. 4 hours of that. Groovy. 888-8255, 888-TALK on screen right now. This is the coffee mugs, tumblers, and cups section of Clean Canteen, spelled K-L-E-A-N-K-A-N-T-E-N, Clean Canteen. I want to say that I've enjoyed these products now, and I've had 2 or 3 of them. The only reason why I replace them is because I lose them. I mean, otherwise they're indestructible. There's dents on the bottom of this. I've used this to restart transmitters and drive nails. I mean, it's that good.
It's a weapon.
It could be. It could be a weapon. It's got a nice locking mechanism, so when I'm driving and it wobbles around, I don't lose a drop of the Jerome McDonald cup coffee that he sends to me on a regular basis, and it's really good with stickers, and the stickers help keep obviously the coffee hot. Now, you remember the other day I was lamenting. There was lamenting here when I asked you to go. You saved the morning show by getting me a couple of Mr. Browns.
Oh yes,
yes. So when I went home, I opened the Clean Canteen. I left the house at 4:30, didn't get back there until afternoon, and the first thing I did was I opened up my Clean Canteen that I'd forgotten, and the coffee, piping hot. piping hot.
Technology.
Just like it was when I forgot it on my way to work. I'm just saying, there are alternatives out there to the Yetis with a capital SH. Go and find those. Now, I'd love to say that was original. It's not. It's not. I'd seen a guy, and he had what we would describe as a standard Coleman cooler that he brought to one of these boat parties that I was on, and the guy was creative. He did everything he could to make it fashionable with a couple of groovy stickers and stuff like that. But he had hand stenciled in instead of YETI, SHETI. And I thought that was the cleverest thing in the whole wide world. And so when we started talking about this, on the Candidate yesterday, I already had a punchline in my head. How much fun is that? A bunch of other punchlines that might be going through as I take a look at all the big news and headlines that we've got. Still another 3 hours left of the program. And so but if there's something you want to talk about, I'll be checking while the news is playing, see what everybody's talking about on the Facebook and the YouTube side. We're on Rumble and the Point.gu as well. Point.gu is great if you just want to watch the show, listen to it, and not have me call you out or refer to you in any way, shape, or form. Because I know that if your bosses over at AdLoop or elsewhere in the government of Guam found out that you were listening to the broadcast, it would trigger them, and maybe you'd have to take early retirement, for your health, whatever health concerns. So stand by now. I got Fox News Live coming up here in just a second. We'll find out what happened in the world of football, go over a couple of deals with Donna in the news, and all of that's ahead right here.
Drone attacks in the Red Sea. I'm Kathleen Maloney, Fox News. The Pentagon says an American warship and several commercial ships came under attack today in the Red Sea. Fox's Lucas Tomlinson with the latest.
We've learned that multiple commercial vessels were struck. We don't yet know the damage or if anyone was hurt or any crew members killed on board. If USS Carney has been very active in the Red Sea over the past month. It shot down multiple cruise missiles and drones last month that were firing in the direction of Israel. The Houthi rebels, that's an Iranian-backed group inside Yemen, has claimed credit for the attack.
This could mark a major escalation in a series of maritime attacks in the Mideast linked to the Israel-Hamas war. Israel's offensive against Hamas heating up.
The rocket fire from Gaza does continue here along the Israel-Gaza border, some of the communities taking a direct impact today. Israeli forces say they struck new targets overnight, hitting tunnel shafts and weapons storage facilities. We also know they continue to go after Hamas leadership, including yesterday when they targeted Wissam Farhat, the commander of Hamas's Sajaiya battalion. Farhat was responsible for an attack in 2014 that killed 7 Israeli soldiers inside Gaza. He also was one of the masterminds behind the October 7th massacre. Now, the Palestinian Health Ministry says the death toll in Gaza is rising since the renewed fighting started.
Fox's Trey Yingst, the Israeli military says it has expanded its ground operations in every part of Gaza and ordered more evacuations. French authorities now investigating a deadly stabbing near the Eiffel Tower as an act of terrorism. Police arresting a suspect after a German tourist was stabbed to death with a knife and 2 others were hurt with a hammer. French officials say the suspect is a radical Islamist who suffers from mental illness. French media reports a man who lived with his parents outside Paris was of Iranian origin. America's listening to Fox News.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Chelon, San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Lime Away is the expert hard water cleaner that provides solutions to your lime, calcium, and rust stains. It's scientifically proven to eliminate lime scale deposits, leaving your home clean from hard water stains, bathtub, bathroom tiles, shower doors, sinks, and toilet bowl stains. Lime Away can eliminate them all. Get your bottle of Lime Away at your nearest mom and pop store and never be embarrassed by those ugly stains again. Lime Away, distributed by Cosmos Distributing.
Cast.com.
With the Iowa caucus getting closer, GOP presidential candidates are campaigning across the state. Fox's Alexis McAdams is in Des Moines.
So both candidates, including former President Donald Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, were on the ground really working on their ground game and trying to gain support. They both had speeches in different counties, but they had very different messages. DeSantis looking forward to what he says is going to be a win here in Iowa after he's hit all 99 counties, but Trump slamming President Biden and talking about when he's going to be back in the White House. And that groundwork is going to have to continue here in Iowa. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, though, officially hit those 99 counties just yesterday. That's a step that he believes will set him apart in these caucuses. Trump focusing on heading back to the White House and promising he's going to win the caucuses and crush his competition there.
Trump still ahead in the Iowa polls, with DeSantis and Haley trailing behind him. Pope Francis is still dealing with some health issues. Fox's Paul Stevens with the details.
An ailing Pope Francis skipped his popular window appearance to the public in St. Peter's Square for a second consecutive Sunday. He's still recovering from infectious bronchitis and, as he did last week, delivered very brief remarks from the chapel of the Vatican Hotel where he lives. The pontiff, in televised remarks, said he's doing better even though his voice would not let him read all his comments aloud. Francis turns 87 this month and said he's following from afar the latest UN climate conference in Dubai. Paul Stevens, Fox News.
Automaker BMW is recalling a number of SUVs in the U.S. over concerns the driver's airbag inflators can blow apart in a crash. The recall covers 486 X3, X4, and X5 from 2014. They are equipped with those airbags. 26 people in the U.S. have been killed by the airbags, which were made by the now bankrupt Takata Corporation. I'm Kathleen Maloney. This is Fox News.
Christmas trees are going up at the Security Title Office in Tamuning, and with them comes the music and joy of the season. As we reflect on the ups and downs of 2023, one thing remains constant, and that is the deep gratitude we have for our customers and the meaningful work we do for our real estate community. Thank you for trusting us with your property. From our Security Title family to yours, we wish you a Christmas season filled with peace and joy.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Off a day at 7:06, I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. Nearly 2 months since 54-year-old Edwin Babauta Parando was found dead in Sumay, and GPD remains quiet on why murder suspect Jamie Nedadog remains free. On October 15, Parando was found dead near the Atantano Shrine. Authorities say he was badly beaten and appeared to have been hit by a car. Nedadog was arrested a couple of days later but was released after the AG's office chose not to file charges on the case at this time. While Police Chief Stephen Ignacio previously stated that they arrested the person responsible, GPD spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapao says he is still unable to reveal details as the case is still active and they are currently still working with the AG's office on the investigation. And a woman has filed an unemployment discrimination lawsuit at district court against UOG. Yi Kyung Kim claims that UOG discriminated against her based on her race, national origin, and age by not hiring her to fill a new position of Associate Director of the Global Learning and Engagement Office. The lawsuit claims the university behaved unprofessionally and unfairly toward her during the interview and hiring process and instead hired or promoted a younger, less qualified candidate. Kim says she believes UOG's actions were in retaliation for prior Equal Employment Opportunity Commission claims she filed in the past. She is seeking damages and relief and is advocating for essential reforms in UOG's employment policies and practices. UOG has denied any wrongdoing. More news after this.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued.
Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Agate resident Ruli Patios is suing GWA after raw sewage has been flooding his home. He says it's the first time this has ever happened. GWA told him his lines were clogged, but he knew the problem wasn't on his end. He captured footage showing GWA crews unclogging the main line up his street with sewage spewing out. That's when he says the water in his lines drained. Patios is a corporate safety director and an OSHA instructor and says the inside of his home is damaged by the raw sewage. He lives in the house with his 83-year-old mother. His case is now before the Attorney General. For now, Patios is taking GWA to court for $175,000 in damages. And cross-leveling to ensure that every public school classroom has a certified teacher continues, and GDOE aims to have all assigned teachers in place by mid-January. Superintendent Dr. Eric Swanson says HR has identified principal-declared vacancies that were not supported by enrollment and master schedule needs. These were eliminated so that certified teachers are assigned to classes that were not appropriately staffed. Having a certified teacher in each classroom is one of the 14 points in the Adequate Education Act. Teaching slots aren't the only positions that need to be filled. Teacher assistants, clerks, and long-term substitutes are also needed to comply with the collective bargaining agreement signed with the Guam Federation of Teachers. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Well, quick stop on the way through the meme machine on the way into the weather this morning. We were talking about, for those of you that have got the Yeti and you're concerned that it might be a counterfeit, maybe just to cover it up. Cover up the thing that says Yeti. And Tattoo Shauna has got a line of stickers. This one here inspired, Via made this picture, and then they turned it into a sticker, and then you can buy that. Now, it's not the only other stickers that Tattoo Shauna has that will cover up your Yeti or really anything else that you want to cover up. It's just it's hard for me to describe one of them because it looks like an appendage. And that may be all you get out of me here from the deal. But if you're interested, either in buying some of these or maybe just getting a whole bunch of them for family and friends and stuff, right click on the Facebook side where it says Shauna. Don't look for Tattoo Shauna. That's not her name. That's her show name. But it's just Shauna Fujikawa Stickles, and then she will make accommodations and see if we can get some stickers for you and your Yeti. Mostly sunny today with highs near 88 degrees, east-northeast winds 9 to 15 miles an hour, gusting as high as 20. Partly cloudy with overnight lows of about 78 degrees, east-northeast winds 7 to 13 miles an hour. Tonight, same story tomorrow, mostly sunny all day, partly cloudy all night. Probably what it's going to be like on Wednesday as well. We don't have a whole lot in the area that's going to be bringing us any kind of weather except good weather. That's what the weather forecast. See, this is great. When you look at something like this, you don't need to be a weather forecaster to understand what's going on. There's just nothing in the area. There's a little bit of chop down in the way southeast of us. But I don't know if that's going to be doing anything for us. Maybe some of these clouds will consolidate into something and bring us some of those isolated showers they've been talking about. 20% chance of rain, that's why. Sunrise this morning was at 6:29. Sunset tonight is going to be at 5:52. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3. This is Pika's Best, The Point.
GTA Pop-Up Prepaid is spreading the holiday cheer. The Holly Jolly giveaway is here, and we're giving away a total of $3,000 in Payless gift certificates. From November 24th to December 31st, sign up for any GTA Pop-Up Prepaid's unlimited plans, and you'll automatically be entered. 5 lucky weekly winners will receive a $100 Payless gift certificate. Plus, there's an even bigger present waiting. The grand prize, $1,000 worth of Payless gift certificates to make this holiday season extra special. So don't miss out on this chance for a holly jolly holiday with Pop-Up Prepaid. Conditions apply. GTA, we start with you.
Celebrating the 12 days of Christmas, Chicken Fries Friday is back. Every Friday in December, visit any participating Burger King and say, I love BK Chicken Fries. Get a free 8-piece chicken fries with the purchase of a 12-piece chicken fries combo meal. Perfect for dipping in our barbecue, honey mustard, ranch, zesty, and sweet and sour sauces. Top off your chicken fries with mozzarella sticks and a refreshing Coke Zero. Happy holidays from your friends at Burger King, Tumon Bay, Agutya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. You rule.
Oh, that's sweet. Tattoo Shauna coming back on the Facebook site says, thank you, Ray. You've got Via. Got so excited to see her stickers on your show. Well, Via, make some more. You know, Valentine's is coming up. Maybe we don't have enough pink, and maybe we don't have enough Valentine's little heart things that we can put on stickers. All right, so you work on that. That's going to be your assignment from Uncle Ray. APL brings you the Ray Gibson Show, American President Lines, delivering the future. And speaking of deliveries, I got to do a shout out to my buddy Dave. And Dave is now the happy new owner of a Nissan Frontier. Now, what makes this even more spectacular is this guy. He's even posted the story.
Oh,
He
yeah.
even posted the story online.
I know that, Dave.
Yeah. We know that, Dave, right?
Congrats, man.
We're really, really happy about you. But he swore his life once upon a time to another brand of another manufacturer of automobiles and has owned every single one of those since Ricky's Motors. But now, based on what I'm telling him about the Frontier on the radio, he had to go out and buy one. So congratulations to you. You are going to love it. Hopefully, you've got all the same safety features and packages that I've got in mind. Great technology for entertainment. You plug in the thing over here, and all of a sudden, you got Apple CarPlay, and there's different ways that you can listen to the radio and the YouTubes and stuff like that. Really, really is a terrific deal. Plus, all the power that you've got. Now, whatever platform you get, it is all kinds of crazy power under the hood. 310 horsepower, V6 engine, and the kind of, I don't know, tire and wheel setup. You don't have to worry about asphalt or sand or mud, turf, rain. You know, sometimes you got those road, what do they call those things, where the lane dividers, and sometimes they look like, man, that's too high to go over. You know, when you're stuck in traffic and you want to hang a Louis, not if you've got a Frontier. Frontier, you might consider that. I could literally drive over this traffic on it and go in the other direction. And if you got a Frontier, you might want to try it. Well, test drive it first. Why don't you check it out today over at NissanGuam.com.
Rediscover talk radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
I'm having one of those tourist moments, and my daughter is as well, even though she's not a tourist. But she's in a car somewhere in San Francisco and sent me a picture of a father teaching his daughter how to ride a bike.
Oh,
yeah. And so she's flooding over with memories. I'm flooding over with memories. It's the holiday. Everybody's a little emotional about things like that. But it was really terrific. She had gotten a bike. But didn't know how to ride it yet, and all of her other friends and neighborhood kids all had bikes and they were riding there, so she wanted to be able to join in with that very elite group of people, and so we took some time out, and I took her down to Radio Barragata near the golf course. Because they got lots of open spaces, no cars or anything like that. Yeah. And it took a while, and she wanted to give up many times, and I said, no, you can do this, you can get this, and I said, remember the family motto, Gibsons never quit, and that's all there is to it. And I don't know, was it about 10 or 15 minutes after that, she got a sense of what she needed to do to keep the pedals moving, to keep her arms straight enough to be able to maneuver the bicycle and just kind of keep it going for a while. And when she got it, I tell you what, it was for both of us. You know, you get that fireworks moment and the indelible mark in history and in time. When, you just know it's something that she will never forget, something that you will never forget. And so, I passed by Hornet the other day. I needed to get some stuff, and I passed by Hornet, and they are ready for Christmas. They have got the entire back end and a big chunk of the front side. They've moved everything around. There must be hundreds of bikes in there.
I can't go in there, man.
You cannot?
I can't, dude. I start sweating.
You can start to justify
want everything.
This.
Yeah.
I'll just put it on the credit card.
Christmas
YOLO,
myself.
baby. YOLO. You only live once. So I'm just not trying to twist anybody's arm here. 7:17 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Who's on the phone?
It's Patrick Lujan from GSPN.
Right. Yeah, I was about
My classmate.
I didn't realize that. I was about to launch into some sporty stuff anyway with the recitation of football, including what I consider to be the game of the entire weekend, and that is the San Francisco 49ers against the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, what do you think of that matchup, Pat?
Oh my gosh, it's going to be crazy. That kicks off in a couple of minutes here. So
yeah. So I won't keep you on very long. Yes, I know you'll want to get out there. You know what? One of my favorite things I did this last week with the Seahawks Dallas game, and they had just started. It was just like kickoff, and obviously the guy's out there and he catches the ball, and there was another dude that was sitting next to me, and I made this noise. Oh my God! It's a kickoff for the touchdown. And he turns the television. What? I said, I'm just kidding. But they did draw first blood.
Really, for any football fan, I mean, this is probably the two best teams in the league, right? So you're going to see like really high level football. Everyone knows I'm a Niner fan, and we're looking at it as a redemption because of last year's NFC Championship game where Brock Purdy got hurt early on, and we just didn't have a quarterback for the rest of the game, right? And that was a game away from the Super Bowl. So it's still regular season. It really. It's not playoffs. It doesn't count as much as the playoffs, but it's still a big game, and it should be a good game for all football.
Well, I mean, it was just last week that was a week before that they had the repeat of last year's Super Bowl. That was an interesting game. Didn't turn out in the same way the Super Bowl did.
True. So in regular season again they have 17 games, so it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, but. Just the hype and, on Guam having Sunday football games on Monday mornings, it just adds to the work week intrigue.
Somebody said this is going to be the best week ever because they know they're going to play hooky to go watch that football game, and a lot of people aren't going to be working on Friday one way or the other. Feast of the Immaculate Conception. A lot of people will take the day off by way of just keeping track of religion and Jesus and all of that stuff. One of the interesting games going on right now is the Colts and the Titans are tied at 25 apiece. And,
oh, wow.
Yeah. That is kind of interesting. And the Falcons and the Jets, they're not really, really close, but you never know what could happen in the last quarter. They still got about a minute and a half to play, and they only need 5 points to tie things up between the Jets and the Falcons. Falcons in the lead 13-8 right now. I got the Lions beat the Saints here 33-28, and the Texans and the Broncos. That game's all done. It was the Texans 22 over the Broncos 17. One other final here is the Chargers and the Patriots. You want to talk about this? Must have been just boring as hell, or maybe the most exciting thing we've ever seen. The Chargers and the Patriots. The Chargers beat the Patriots 6-0. 6-0 only. Oh, we lost Patrick. We'll get him back on the line. Dude, I was just telling you about the game between the Chargers and the Patriots and how the Chargers only put on 6, but that's okay because the Patriots didn't score anything all day.
Oh, they're horrible. They are horrible this year.
What?
Straight up.
You're rude.
But it used to be no, because Patrick and I are we're the same kind of guys, and we think about this like my father's Patriots, right? Weren't they like America's team, and now they can't seem to walk and chew gum?
Well, they say, Belichick is a best coach ever. Well, since Brady's been gone, it's been totally different. So we know who did what there.
All right. Well, I'll give you the rest of the scores a little bit later on, but I did want to wrap up, the Pacific games here now that it is all done with a little bit of a medal count and some of the highlights that you recall. And then the other one was kind of interesting. The FIFA boss was or is here, Gianni Infantino. They're referring to him as maybe the most powerful man in sports in the world today. Was on Guam talking to our sports guys.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I mean, I think he's the second FIFA president that came through Guam in the last decade. I think Sepp Blatter passed through a couple of years ago. So, it was a day trip. It was good recognition for Guam soccer. Just making sure that Guam is on the map on that level, right? FIFA, outside of the Olympics, probably FIFA World Cup is the biggest sporting event, in the world.
Yes.
Not like the Super Bowl in America, but in the world. And so just to have the leader of that to even put us on his schedule is pretty cool.
I got to tell you, I get a little, misty when I think about the different soccer games that are played here at an international level. And, sometimes they score, sometimes you don't score, but it doesn't make any difference because we are participating on home turf in an international sport, and there's something pretty good about that.
Yeah, for sure. Guam is just so small compared to the bigger countries. and just the organization that the Guam Football Association has developed, it's just very commendable on their part to get to this level and just to sustain that, right? And having that cradle to grave concept of from little kids all the way to seniors, having them play the sport throughout the year is pretty amazing.
Well, and we're lucky because we can play the sport year round. 7:23 in the morning. I'm reminded yesterday a friend of mine was playing in what do they call it? Milk League? MILF? No, Milk League. I don't know. It is not a senior league. It's for women. I forget what age categories that she's playing in. She's not terribly old, so I'm going to say that she's in that kind of that cougar range. And they played yesterday, and she had a terrific time, even though they lost 0-3 in about a half hour. So it was a nice day out in the sunshine with some friends playing sports. So it's something that you can do all the time. All right, maybe now the Pacific Games all wrapped up. Yeah.
Yeah, Pacific game wrapped up. Saturday was closing ceremonies over in the Solomon Islands. Guam, finished in a high note with defending their 3-on-3 men's basketball gold medal game. It was kind of a redemption because the week earlier we lost to Fiji in the regular 5x5, and we beat Fiji in the 3x3 to defend the title. Close game, 19-18. Of course, 3x3 basketball is kind of new in the international realm. It's an Olympic sport now, and it's only the second time it's been played in the Pacific Games. Cool. So it was cool that we've won both of those.
How'd we do in the track and field? That was one of the later events last week.
Regine Tagati Watson, she won 2 bronze on the 100-meter and the 200-meter. Hugh Kent won the silver in the 10K. Okay. So yeah, those are the 2 medalists from track and field.
Interesting. Well, so when does Guam get to host the Pacific Games?
Oh man, we haven't put in a bid in a while. I think 1999 was the last time we've hosted it. Tahiti will be next in 2027. I think Fiji after that in 2031, and then the 35 games. Who knows? They haven't put in a bid yet.
Okay. It's something that we can aspire to. I always go generally have a good time with the idea that we're going to spend a lot of money to impress people that don't live here. So
it is expensive. It's an expensive endeavor, yeah.
Yeah, I get it completely. 7:25 in the morning. Listen, it's always fun talking with you, Brother Pat. We'll get caught up again soon and see what's going to be happening on the local scene. Maybe we'll give you another call this week.
Yes, sir.
All right, buddy.
Have a good week, guys.
Go Niners. Go Niners. Me and you and Charita Wilhite say go Niners. Game ought to be getting underway in just a little bit. 7:25 in the morning. We've got time for Jerry Roberts and this morning's Extra Point being brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Jerry?
Every once in a while, the number of juicy little news items piles up so high that I feel an obligation to deliver a few of them to you in this space. Today, how AI is starting to change the security industry. How a major brand is reacting to the massive shoplifting trend in America, and how Uber may have an idea that several people in Guam can use. That's all coming next on the Extra Point.
Get closer to your next adventure with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. Every dollar spent can help you earn miles towards your upcoming trip. Earn 2 times the miles for $1 spent on gas, groceries, and United Airlines tickets. And earn 1 mile for every dollar spent on all other qualifying purchases. Plus, there's no expiration on the miles you've earned. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United.
Hafari, this is Kayla from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
In the news today, security services beware. Amazon is now selling guard robots for businesses in an arrangement with Ring Services. You know, the guys who make the security devices for doorbells. The robot patrols office spaces up to 24/7 with their HD night vision camera installed. For now, and for $99 monthly, if the robot senses an intruder, it notifies a Ring service agent who would then call the local police. Amazon's security robot runs $2,400, and it's only the first offering. Now, you can imagine a scenario where they open the software and allow a local security firm, say in Guam, to rig it so that the phone call is made to them. If this happens, this will totally change that industry. Our second item, cosmetics company Sephora will now remove all fragrances from its shelves, saying the category is one of the most targeted for theft. They'll keep tester bottles available so their customers can still get a whiff of what they may want to buy, but they won't get the boxed product until they pay and check out. This is one of the latest moves by stores and brands to fight back against criminals who are disrupting retail trade in the U.S. I can tell you it will not be the last. If you haven't been following it, stores are closing over this issue in cities, mostly large cities, and mostly where liberal politicians have created an atmosphere where criminals thrive. Before the entire retail industry just gives up and goes to an online model, we're going to witness many restrictions like removing products or locking up entire sections. Theft is up almost 20% year over year and cost store owners $112 billion in 2022. By 2025, it projects out at $150 billion. Guam is included. Some stores here have hired staff to patrol their aisles, and the losses they experience, well, those losses are tacked onto the prices the rest of us have to pay. Third item, if you're ready for an idea that could work here, I may have one for you. Uber, the ride-sharing service, now has launched Uber Tasks. It's a pilot program that allows users to hire drivers in two markets, Fort Myers, Florida, and Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And these drivers will do various chores for them. A door fixed, a lawn mowed, a backyard cleaned up, furniture moved around, grocery shopping, running a kid to Manilao to register for college, and a million other things. Now, many people may have kids in their family who may be able to help out with things like this, but there is often a wait involved. What if we had this kind of service to do the things we can't do, can't find a family member to do, or that we just don't want to do? If you're someone who is reliable, capable of taking on small jobs and completing them, and has the personality to deal with various kinds of people, why couldn't you launch a small business just like this? Here's a tip. If you want to do it, swap your service for something that Mr. Gibson wants to get done, and he'll promote the business for you. Give it a shot. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3 FM, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Thank you, Jerry Roberts. 7:31 in the morning. That's right. We were talking earlier about the possibilities that whatever Yeti you have might be a counterfeit, and don't make any more investments in it. Instead, my friend Dan over at Southern Mountain Gear says, come support us. We have what do they call them? Hydro Flask. There's a Hydro Flask.
And they fit in stockings.
It's your Hydro Flask headquarters, and yes, they fit in stockings. But I said, do you have any adapters? And he says, no, not yet. But now that I have made that now familiar claim, because every once in a while I'd pick up my daughter from like volleyball or something like that, and she's got a book bag, and she's got this massive Hydro Flask that doesn't fit anywhere. Or when she picks me up, she'll pick me up and we'll go to Stacks or something, and she's got the Hydro Flask in the car, and it just kind of rolls around until I get it and figure out how I position it between my knees or my feet in order to make it not roll around so much. And yeah, I get cranky like that because I'm an old guy. So Dan from Southern Mountain Gear says before too much longer, they will have the adapters that fit in a standard American cup holder with a larger outside ring attached to the top of it, so you can. I know it sounds like the Hydro Flask business report with a larger outside ring, and it also fit other manufacturers. It doesn't always have to be a Hydro Flask. Or does it? 7:32 in the morning. Donna D with a quick look at news and headlines. This one being brought to you by the guys over at Burger King. Did you hear what they said about Chicken Fries Fridays? Going to be some deals for you before too much longer. We'll get them for you on the air. And also a note that BK and Coca-Cola want to make you a winner for the holidays. Now, I don't have all the details on this, but there's somebody at the drive-thru that will explain it to you and give you a shot at winning. 7:30-ish news also brought to you by Hoffaday Realty. Joe D, Saran, Libby, and Auntie Loli and their team of professionals. You know, they can help you out with like someplace to rent or buy if you just want to like live there. But maybe you've got one of those great ideas from Jerry Roberts' report and want to get into your own business. So call them on commercial stuff as well. 588-4232, Hoffaday Realty at gmail.com. Now with news and headlines. Avadana, what happened?
GPA has announced their potential holiday load shedding schedule to reduce strain on the power grid. The schedule was effective on the 1st and could affect certain feeders from 4 in the afternoon to 11 o'clock at night. GPA notes that the posted schedule doesn't necessarily mean the power will go out during those times. Find the schedule online at guampowerauthority.com. And GDOE's Head Start program has 90 days to address deficiencies found by Head Start Region 9 officials or risk losing funding. The deficiencies are related to supervision, safety, and health, including perimeter fencing and the presence of lead. Board Chair Mary Okada says, if funding is lost, we will have to compete for money that we already receive automatically, and there is no additional extension. And Hyatt had its gingerbread housewarming and tree lighting on Thursday and are raising money for the Make-A-Wish Foundation to help purchase a blue cookie at the deli for $5 from 5 to 6 in the afternoon from now until the 30th. And you can personalize your cookie to help decorate the gingerbread house. Proceeds will benefit the Make-A-Wish Foundation, Guam, and CNMI. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
All right, thanks very much, Donna. 7:34 in the morning. That is Beyond the Box time. They've only 21 days to impress the heck out of people with your knowledge of what their requirements are for a digital life. Maybe they need like Bluetoothy speakers, or maybe, you know what, they got a whole lot of these things, is those headphones that don't go in your ears. They give you the music or phone calls through bone conduction. It actually makes the outside bones vibrate with the audio, and everything is connected, so it gets actually inside your ears. The clarity and the volume will surprise you. Grab a test drive today. And that's the cool thing, is you can test them out and it doesn't feel weird, like you're putting somebody else's earwax in your ear. Ew. Yeah, I know. But you can test drive them today over at BTB Beyond the Box.
The holidays are here again, and American WaterTech wishes you and your loved ones a joyful holiday season. Our popular holiday special is back, and for a limited time only, we are offering the whole house system of a Connecticut non-electric water softener and a reverse osmosis water drinking system for the incredible discounted price of only $2,995, inclusive of basic installation and 1-year limited warranty. Hurry, this sale is on until December 29th while supplies last. See store for details or call us at 671-649-2301.
Chances are you've got some questions right now. Well, here's a couple of answers. Lysol disinfectant sprays and Lysol disinfecting wipes together can be used on over 100 surfaces and kills 99.9% of viruses and bacteria. It even kills the COVID-19 virus. These are simple facts backed up by science. Lysol is suitable to protect your kids and pets. USA's #1, now protecting your homes. Lysol, what it takes to protect. Shop today at your Guam Kmart store. What? Where did you find that? What is that?
I saw it on Instagram.
Donald Trump Jr., verified check mark here. And it's a picture of him and one of those fishes with the sail fins.
Yeah. Sailfish.
Sailfish. Yeah, that's why a pretty good name for that. You know, it's not much of a fisherman myself. All right, so that was Guam.
That's what it says.
It says Guam. Donald Trump Jr., Guam. And he's holding the carcass of a sailfish that we will sashimi a little bit later on. And I don't recognize... I'm just saying Donald Trump Jr. sent this picture. I couldn't tell you which guy in the picture, or maybe it's the fish, is Donald Trump Jr. I don't know. But it is floating around.
He's
on
the one
Instagrams.
with the red cap. That's Donald Trump Jr.
So Donald Trump Jr. was on Guam over the weekend?
Is
that what we can
either
infer?
that or he's trying to hide. So he's saying he's here, but he's really somewhere else.
I don't know. It looks like Chamorro sailfish.
Yeah. Yes.
7-day bracelet. Tattoo in the wrist. Mooning stinger tattoo. All right. 7:37 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. What was I supposed to be doing? Traffic? All right, it's that time. Take a look at what's going on your roadways. Been busy, busier than normal, I think, down at Big Navy and Sumai. Not exactly sure what's going on. Looks like it might have subsided just a little bit in the last few minutes. Seeing a lot of traffic coming in, the dog and out traffic on Route 8, if that's the road that you're going to be taking to get into the downtown Agutnia area. We'll expect some delays because, like I said, I got dog and out at intersections and at stores all the way up and down. Route 4 running a little bit busy as well from the intersection of 4 and 10 and the Dairy Road, and then the whole rest of the place in Sinahanya and Ordot, and just before you get into the downtown Agutnia area. Not a whole lot of traffic. Marine Corps Drive southbound, that's good. From Tamuning to Agutnia. But Dededo into Dededo, that's a whole different story. Looking at ugly traffic on Leche Macheche, meeting up with some traffic that is coming in off of a Pow. Still a little bit of traffic up at the north end, up at Anderson Air Force Base, and then some traffic over at the intersection of 1 and 3. Still fairly light because it's only 7:38, but Monday traffic, we'll see how the rest of it plays out. I'll keep an eye on things. If you see an accident, you see police activities or whatever, let me know. 797 if you've got time to take a picture. Otherwise, just give Real Joe a call at 888-8255.
Attention business owners, upgrade your connectivity with Docomo Pacific's new business mobile plans. Whether you're upgrading your phone or bringing your own device, you can save big. Up to $20 a month. Enjoy unlimited talk and text locally and to the U.S. plus data roaming to the U.S., Japan, Korea, and the Philippines. Experience the power of seamless communication. Visit business.docomopacific.com today for more details. Some conditions apply.
Santa's coming and things are looking up. Bank Pacific has rolled out Rudolph's favorite My Christmas loan with the annual percentage rate as low as 7.49% and up to $50,000. And with our Bank Pacific contactless Visa debit card, you have the flexibility of using your money when you want, where you want. My Christmas loan, contactless Visa debit card. Let's make Christmas season merrier in 23. Equal opportunity lender, credit conditions apply. Merry Christmas from Bank Pacific.
What sport is it where they used the shuttlecock?
The what? The shuttlecock.
That's not the name of the sport. That's the name of the little birdie thing that they play with, right?
Yeah.
Badminton. Thank you. Donna knows it.
Gosh, she's listening.
Badminton.
Holy.
Is the no? I was just thinking, talking to Patrick a few minutes ago about the Pacific Games and when Guam is going to be in the hookup for all of that. And as I said, it's always interesting because there we are spending money we don't have, trying to impress people that don't live here, and that kind of like the what is it, Festival of the Arts FestPac, right? But anyway, so they're talking about this, and it occurs to me though that maybe with all of the additional money that we've got floating around, maybe there could be a view towards rehabilitating or creating new athletic spaces for a set of games. I mean, that's really, maybe if we put our bid in the next few years, that will give us time to be able to sort out where the money is going to come from and what we're going to be doing with it. Would it not be incredible, as an example, if we had a state-of-the-art baseball stadium? I mean, we've got kind of the stadium now, Guam Major League Stadium, but I mean, it hasn't gone through any major upgrades since Joe Ada was the governor of Guam, and only recently, as a result of COVID, did anybody bother going in there and putting a coat of paint on something because they wanted to make it someplace for homeless individuals to be able to stay. You remember that?
I remember
that. You took all the guard guys out there and put them on Zabal patrol and painting duty and all of that, and then as it turns out, they weren't able to use it. But there's a whole lot more, I think, that can be done with that area to modernize it and turn it into something that is a major attraction, up to and including convincing the Japanese and maybe even the South Koreans, to the degree that they like to play baseball, to come to Guam and do some springtime training.
Did they used to do that? Was it the Yamamoto or
Yomiuri Giants?
Yeah.
I want to say that was where they went before. And then we let the field go to hell, and then they went to the Leo Palace, where a lot of guys were doing some training. And we've got the Agutnia swimming pool that's supposed to be getting renovated. We're 66% of the way there in the design.
Thank you, Uncle Angel.
Well, no, he's just give him some time. Because we all said the same thing. I remember sitting down with him the other night.
One foot in the door.
I said, "How about are you going to the Parks and Rec, huh?" So I have expectations now that crap's going to get done. And, I want to see, in the downtown Agutnia area, skate park. State-of-the-art, safe, friendly graffiti.
Thank you.
We'd have real graffiti guys come in there and do it, and make it look really, really nice, and get some lights in the place.
Solar lights, yeah?
Well, whatever. I mean, but it's just light it up so kids can use it at night is my point. And put it someplace where we have everything that we need there. And don't get me wrong when I say this, but I think maybe if we put it somewhere, say, on the foundation of the old administration building. And I'll tell you why. This is why. Because there's a police station. It's not really a police station anymore, but it still has all of the earmarks of a secure facility, which means it's less likely to have guys that are playing thug games until the middle of the night if they know that there is adult supervision next door, weapons, and if they have to arrest you, that's where you'd go anyway. So just how about, because we're not doing anything else with it, but maybe make it good, real competitive. I was thinking about a nice track. I mean, a real nice, like stateside quality, or wait, like Dodea quality.
Oh, wow, Ray.
Did I go there?
You're going
Am
huge,
I triggering
man.
somebody?
Yeah,
Am I triggering
man.
somebody? What?
We're talking titanium
This is a Pentagon,
package.
man. They can do it. They can this is not like GovGuam, man. There's Pentagon money. It's Dodea. It's federal government. We can have it if we want it, right, guys? So what I'm saying is a facility just like they've got next to Navy Hospital, which in my mind is just an absolute glorious place. They got a couple not too far off from that down in Big Navy as well. Something like that, but on this side of the fence. Right? That everybody could go to. Because I'm told the one at Kennedy is nice. But, I'm not a student at Kennedy. And frankly, I don't think there's a lot of people that would be comfortable with me lurking around a high school, even if I am doing it for exercise. But it would be cool if we had something like that. I'm thinking the Teedson area, where we've already got a number of fields. And just, bulldoze everything out there, get it all flat, get all whatever drainage we've got to figure out, and then get in there with high quality surfaces so that people can train and run, and we'll have a nice couple of fields in the inside, maybe a football thing.
Yeah, low impact.
Soccer. Football. If you can dream it, you can do it. And I think, unlike the medical facility, I think that's land we already own, isn't it? Don't have to buy it from
we
anybody.
own all the land, Ray.
We do.
We own it all.
I'd like multi-purpose pickleball, volleyball, basketball, tennis. Did I leave out any racket sports there? A nice facility for something like that, and yeah, badminton and ping pong. We need to have some kind of ping-pongy things going on. I'm just saying, if we could dream big. I know it sounds like those empty promises that I was making when I was trying to become Pika's best radio personality. If you vote for me in Pika's best, we'll have a new and improved baseball stadium. What do you say? 7:45. Is it possible? If we dream it, we can do it. Come on, teamwork makes the dream work. Wouldn't that be something?
I've never heard that one before, Ray.
I'm just saying, real Joe, because you think about anything that has been improved on Guam in the last.
The hospital.
The
schools.
The what?
The schools.
Try again.
The roads.
The roads. Thank you for.
Wait a minute. The power system.
Thank you for your federal dollars.
Okay. Should I go on?
Anything that has seen that kind of think big improvement going on.
Sorry.
I need Carl Gutierrez and Ricky Berdalio back in the mix. 7:45 in the morning. DeBit's online with some morning comments. Good morning, buddy. What are your thoughts?
Hey, man, some great ideas.
Well, there's no news today, so that's what I got. Is I just got to do some brainstorming, and our guys are just coming back. Our girls are just coming back from the Pacific Games, and my buddy Mike Phillips chimed in and said, host nation athletes always celebrate the hosting because their sports facilities receive world-class improvements that they would not otherwise receive. So you think about the kids that we're sending off to go and play in even tennis tournaments and swimming tournaments, the swimming meets off island. They don't have a whole lot of places here where they can practice.
Yeah, remember Guam is really a baseball community. They just started with soccer, football, and stuff like that. I remember back in the day when Yomori Giants was always practicing at the Chalampago baseball field. So the kids, it was a good treat for us. It's almost like us watching a free GM, what do you call it, World Series game.
Oh, yeah.
You got big boys there slamming it and, watching their techniques. We're learning, coach already knows that, and sometimes we get the last memo. Remember, we don't have any texting or any of that crap, so we just got to wait until a certain time, and then, okay, I guess we don't have practice, but we go collect the balls in the back.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Well, and Little League, Guam used to host a lot of regional Little League tournaments, and we'd get, our all-stars from Guam taking on the Japanese and the Filipinos every once in a while. It'd come out and, have a week worth of activities. This is back in the 70s, Dave.
Need, to stop remember, everybody's indoors playing games, the young kids are getting overweight. You need to get these kids outdoors, meeting people, exercising, making your body strong so you can fight any viruses and get some dirt in you, or on you.
Yeah.
Get that probiotic, prebiotic naturally and fight the virus. But on the point that you were talking about, the Ganya, the old, what is that building?
Rec Center. The old Rec Center back in the day.
It was the police department, former police department.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's a good place for a hospital. I don't think it's on a fault line, right? It's only on their fault line because they damaged it. They destroyed it.
Oh, well, we had an earthquake on Guam last week. It was, 4.6 or something like that, and Hospital Point didn't fall into the ocean, so...
There you go. And all those other hotels that are right on the tip of the rocks,
Yeah.
The cliff that's not falling down, which they say is on the fault line.
Well, it's a bunch of excuses they're going after. They just don't want to go there.
There's a lot of excuses, and too bad, what's his name? Justin Oil's running, and he can't solve anything while he's in office right now, And you want to be a governor? What more is we're going to have? She's just going to pass him the checkbook that they have from the federal funding as soon as she makes enough interest, And that's sad because the people of Guam need it. Not necessarily people, but the Manamkus, the children. What is there for them to do to see? Wait until they get old and put them in St. Dominic, and once in a blue carriers come around, nobody visits them. How about those nurses that are in training? They should go to those places and say, hey, this is geriatric style of taking care. Like a community service, like you do it for the high school. You need to have so many hours of community service to graduate, right? They put that into law. Why don't they do that for the nurses here, especially if they're contract to work? They're getting money.
I don't know that they need to be forced. Dave, I don't know if they need to be forced into that because I attend a lot of events and there's always health fairs or something at the mall going on, and there's a lot of the people that are there are young nursing students getting their skills up and getting the experience and administering some of these tests.
Understandable, but if you look at it, if you're a nurse, whoever comes do you see, whether you like it or not, whether the guy's a dwarf, the girl's got sores all over her arm. You have to see them, whether they're Manamku or Chow. So it helps them, train them to see if that's really the field that they want. Because I've noticed that a lot of these people go to school for teaching, they end up either having to pay it back, so they teach 5 years and then get out and do something else because that's not what they thought they wanted to do. Take care of kids that they can't do nothing about discipline, and even if you fail them, they still go to the next grade level, and then the teacher the following year says, who was your teacher last year? And then you say, blame it on the parents. But a lot of it, these parents have 2 jobs. So they're back and forth, not a lot. I don't know. I could say, there's no poll to see how many people are working 2 jobs or 1 job at the same time taking care of their parents or grandparents or helping out. Paying the bills.
I know. You and I both know people that have got multiple hustles going on, maybe an 8 to 5 somewhere, but then doing something else on the weekend, side business, cutting yards and stuff like that. 7:51. Dave, I'm going to let you run. I do appreciate the telephone call. Got you in on drive time with some interesting stuff. I appreciate the fact that you are agreeing with me on all of these improvements that we can be making to sports. Maybe more of a medical complex. Instead of that, let's take some of the money that we throw into that and apply it to these green spaces, these sporting spaces where people can go and just kind of walk around. Paseo is a good place like that. You know, as I said, you know, it's got a history, obviously, of being in the recreational game since the old rec center was there once upon a time. But, you know, it is a large enough space so that you can go around there a few times and keep your cardio going and get those walking miles in. If you don't want to do it in Tumon or virtually any of the other spaces that we have that are populated with sidewalks. But what more if we made the thing pretty? What more? Here's another one of these. Close your eyes and dream about it, right? So you've got this new and improved, you know, state-of-the-art Paseo Ball Stadium. Got someplace in there where we can get everybody cleaned up and get prepped for the games and all of that. We can do that for, you know, baseball and fast pitch and slow pitch and all of that stuff. And then when you're done watching the game or done playing the game with your buddies on a Saturday, you know what you do? Then you go next door to the new and improved, oh my God, I think we're in the States, Fisherman's Co-op. That would be something else. You know, cold beer, some fresh sashimi with the sailfin that Donald Trump Jr. apparently
right by
caught.
the water.
In the what? What's
right
that?
By the water.
Right by the water.
It's
Beautiful sunset there. Hopefully they build up a little bit more so you can see, you know, you can be eating upstairs and watching the incredible sunset from that side of the peninsula. Yeah, Josh, put that in your plans. There's another different version of island beautification if you become the governor or any Republican that wants to get my vote. You know,
Put that in your campaign promises.
Exactly. New and improved. It'll be more like a boutique. Has anybody in the room gone to Slow Walk yet?
No. But it's all the raves, man. Everyone's talking about it.
Have you been there yet, Donna? Have you had a chance to go and check out the Slow Walk?
Yeah, I went
the
there
coffee roasters.
Couple of Saturdays ago.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Still new.
Yeah, thanks for the invite.
It was a last-minute decision.
Right. I know they're hiring. I read that from people that say it takes a while to get your drink, but you've got this great...
Well, it takes a while to order, too. They give you this, one of those buzz thingies when they'll call you. They'll give you one first, then that's your queue in line.
Oh, I see.
So they'll buzz you when it's time for you to order, and then they'll give you a different one, and they'll buzz you when your order is ready.
Okay. All right. But there's some kind of a mechanism there. But otherwise, it's real nice. There's a lot of different places where you can go and kind of explore and see what's going on. Bring your laptop, bring your iPad, your phone, and just kind of, you know, sit there, do some work or surf the web while you're waiting for to make your order, and then while you're waiting for the actual order to come through. Hopefully they get all of that square, because it looks like a really, really fancy place.
Is there a drive-through? Ray?
Not open yet, according to Donna. Well, the question that I have, though, is actually it's more along these lines, because the other word that I got was it's kind of like a Wild West feel in there. Can I bring my own drink?
No, dude.
What?
Not unless you're coming from Adelup.
What, are you sure? Can I just kind of want to hang out there. I don't want to actually, get involved in the commerce of it. I just bring my own coffee.
Bring your own counterfeit
in
Yeti.
my clean canteen and bring, my own water or something like that. Because it's not like they got waiter service, right? Waiter and waitress, they don't have table service there. So nobody's going to know that the coffee that I have, I brought with me, as opposed to me buying it from the place. I don't know. I'm just trying to think out loud here about a variety of absurdities that are popping into my head. I didn't really get a chance to go over this as much as I want to, and maybe because I just know kind of in my heart of hearts that as everybody saw that it was being introduced, there was much eye rolling. The Senator Will Parkinson now wants to add and extend the Programan Ajuda Paritao program. That's the one where the government of Guam gives the Department of Administration some money. Department of Administration sends it over to GPA, and GPA gives the ratepayers, whoever's name's on the deal, a $100 credit on the gizmo. Now they have just funded the most recent extension of the program. They've just funded that for an additional 3 months. So my guess is was supposed to be October, November, December that it's good for.
Then January, February, March.
January, February, March is what Will Parkinson wants to put together.
Yeah,
another one of those things. Now, is if the speaker did it, would that be one thing? And after everything last week, is this just kind of a salvation bill? And look, I'm really, really trying. You know, we got the power company and they're giving raises, but there's load shedding threats and things like that. Maybe until we're out of the woods on load shedding, maybe we ought to have a $100 credit every month.
That sounds like a slogan, right?
Frankly, is an idea I think that came up on this program. While they're doing load shedding, and until we're back to something normal and we've got excess, generation, maybe there ought to be $100 a month. But that's just me saying it, and I don't know. He doesn't have anybody, for as much of a money giveaway as this is, you'd think it would be more than just him on the introduced by.
He'll tell us next hour.
It's not.
He's going to call.
Oh, he's going to call in?
Yeah.
Okay, because it's not. I don't see any co-pilots on this one. Now, there's another piece of legislation that was introduced the other day, which I think is kind of going to be interesting because it will establish guidelines for off-premise advertising signs on commercial and industrial zones. We've got the big sign next to Infusion in Tamuning. There's the old one over at the ITC building, and then there's another one over across from Dundonki Village. So what is that? There's 3 of those, right?
I believe so.
I think there might be another one in down in Tumon by the Mac and Marty's. So I think they've got one of those down there.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So the point here, and I'm wondering, it's weird because it says bill has been introduced, and under bill status it says bill withdrawn. This thing was just introduced. I mean, like over the weekend it was introduced. Bill number 207-37. And who's got the co-pilots on this one? Introduced by Senator Jesse Anderson Lahan. Nudge, nudge. We got Kane Duane. Attorney / Senator Tom Fisher, Chris Duenas, Frank Blas Jr., Roy Canetta, Joe S., and Chris Barnett. That's a significant number of people. I think it would pave the way for more of these advertising signs that are going out there. Disclosure. I'm in the advertising business. I'm in the advertising game, and I've got enough real estate on the roof of this building to put up a couple of wedges of something that looks like one of these big-ass road signs out there. And, yeah, I might have a thing that talks about, listen to the point, Pika's best, or here's what's playing now on Boss 104, pictures of Shanzi on for Star 101. But in between all of that, I might have some of our regular advertisers from here getting some traffic love. I might be able to put up a traffic map, if you will. All of these kinds of things that we can do once they allow for this. But yeah, I know. What are the what are the rest of the regulations going to be
Judge
looking
Bob
like?
Doesn't like this.
Judge Bob, no, he doesn't. No. Well, I mean, there's a lot of people that are going, wow. You know what? Those are kind of interesting in a kind of urban stateside feel, but it doesn't feel like a Guam thing. It doesn't
like
feel
the Philippines.
It doesn't feel very tropical, to be driving by coconut trees over there, and then all of a sudden, bam! Here comes this big sign with a logo and a pitch for fried hamburgers. I don't know. Worth talking about though, because it might be a business I might be interested in getting into. It's 8. Here's Fox on the point.
For attacks targeting U.S. warships and bases in the Middle East, I'm Ann Carrick, Fox News. The most recent attacks intercepted by U.S. forces. Fox's Lucas Tomlinson.
We're getting some fresh reporting from our own Pentagon producer, Liz Frieden, who says the USS Carney, that's a guided missile destroyer in the Red Sea, has shot down at least 2 drones fired from Yemen by the Iranian-backed Houthi rebels. And some of those drones managed to hit some commercial ships in the Red Sea, making this very clear. This is a multi-pronged attack against commercial shipping. This is a statement from a U.S. defense official saying Houthi missiles struck some commercial ships in the Red Sea. The Carney's been lending assistance and shot down at least 2 drones heading in its direction.
More than 70 U.S. military bases in the Middle East have been attacked since October 7th. The NYPD says 4 victims were stabbed to death by a suspect who was shot and killed after attacking officers.
Police have identified the suspect as Courtney Gordon, whom they say stabbed a woman, a man, and 2 children to death, all likely members of the same family. Another woman was also stabbed and critically hurt. NYPD Chief of Department Jeffrey Madry said officers spoke to Gordon as he left the house.
Basically a casual conversation. Hey, did you hear anything? Do you know what's going on? And the male kind of nodded, and then he drew a knife from off his person, and he immediately attacked both officers.
One officer was slashed in the neck, the other in the head just before Gordon was shot and killed. Both officers are expected to recover. An investigation continues. In New York, Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Alaska Airlines is acquiring Hawaiian Airlines for $1.9 billion. The company board's reportedly agreeing to the deal, expected to close in 12 to 18 months. It will be based in Seattle under the leadership of Alaska Airlines CEO. America is listening to Fox News.
Chances are you've got some questions right now. Well, here's a couple answers. Lysol disinfectant sprays and Lysol disinfecting wipes together can be used on over 100 surfaces and kills 99.9% of viruses and bacteria. It even kills the COVID-19 virus. These are simple facts backed up by science. Lysol is suitable to protect your kids and pets. USA's #1, now protecting your homes. Lysol, what it takes to protect. Shop today at your Guam Kmart store.
People are saying the future looks uncertain.
Jobs, education, even our health.
Everything seems harder now.
They wonder if we're up to the challenges we're all facing.
We don't. We share in the proud history of our island and people.
We share the drive to serve and make life better for all of us.
We all share the will to overcome and succeed.
With part-time service in the Guam Army National Guard, you can share that too.
Join Guam's next greatest generation.
Contact us at 671-969-5967 or visit nationalguard.com/Guam to find out more.
Sponsored by the Guam Army National Guard and this station.
A supplemental package dealing with U.S. border security is held up in the Senate, both parties far apart in negotiations. The October request from the White House included funding for Ukraine, Israel, Indo-Pacific security, as well as the U.S. southern border. Senate Republicans want stricter policies in this package. Oklahoma Republican Senator James Lankford on ABC's This Week.
They asked for funding for Israel, for Ukraine, for Taiwan, and for the border. And then literally 2 days later, after they put that proposal out in their request, they also put out a piece saying that the border funding element would be, quote unquote, this was their term, a tourniquet. What they really need is a change in policy.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer blaming Republicans, claiming they are holding up what he calls vital Ukraine aid. Some House Republicans are urging President Biden to restrict travel from the U.S. to China as an outbreak of pneumonia and respiratory illnesses in children spreads across the country. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem on Fox's Sunday Morning Futures saying China should not be trusted with transparency about illnesses.
Not only do they outsource their viruses to the United States, then they also control the ingredients and the drugs that we need to take care of Americans here today when they do get sick.
Massachusetts and Ohio currently are reporting a surge in respiratory illnesses in children. There is no evidence to suggest a link between those illnesses and the current outbreak in China. At least 4 people are dead in the Philippines and 7 more are injured after a suspected bomb attack during a Catholic mass earlier this morning. Authorities say the attack happened in a university gymnasium in the country's largest Muslim city. The country's president is blaming what he calls foreign terrorists. Regional police are investigating the attack and looking into a connection with an airstrike on Friday that killed 11 Islamist militants. I'm Ann Carrick, and this is Fox News.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
The holidays are here again, and American Water Tech wishes you and your loved ones a joyful holiday season. Our popular holiday special is back, and for a limited time only, we are offering the whole house system of a Connecticut non-electric water softener and a reverse osmosis water drinking system for the incredible discounted price of only $2,995, inclusive of basic installation and 1-year limited warranty. Hurry, this sale is on until December December 29th while supplies last. See store for details or call us at 671-649-2301. Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
Your 8 o'clock local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, easy, and secure. Visit nambo.com for more information.
Today it's 8:06. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. U.S. House and Senate lawmakers expressed their concern about the U.S. visa policy for Chinese nationals entering the CNMI. Congressional members wrote in a letter to Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas that the CNMI is the only U.S. territory where Chinese nationals can enter without a visa for up to 14 days. They described the standards as extremely low. The senators and representatives, which also include Congressman Jim Moylan, write that the policy has made the islands vulnerable to issues such as drug trafficking, illegal immigration, and organized crime. The lawmakers urge the implementation of a requirement to obtain B1, B2 visa to enter the CNMI from China. Meanwhile, the GDOE superintendent, Dr. Eric Swanson's attempt to hire a facilities and maintenance manager and worker was denied by the Guam Education Board. Swanson says additional manpower is needed to get public schools ready for sanitary inspections. But GEB Vice Chair Maria Gutierrez says these positions were not on a spending priority list that was approved. GDOE is challenged with meeting sanitary inspection codes and a lack of manpower to address the issue, but it is also challenged with a lack of certified teachers in every classroom, supervision of students, and a very limited budget to hire new employees. Board member Christine Boleto says she believes the money should go toward hiring teachers and school aides. More news after this.
Go green, go hybrid, go to Nambo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nambo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nambo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nambo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nambo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
The PUC has authorized GPA to proceed with procuring 40 megawatts of temporary power to bolster Guam's generation capacity before the summer months, and while the new Ukadu power plant remains under construction in order to mitigate load shedding. Already ongoing is the interruptible load program, in which large power consumers such as hotels utilize their own generators to ease the burden on the power grid during peak times. Temporary power represents another initiative, one evidently still in progress. Cooler weather ahead should quell consumer demand in the coming months, but that is expected to reverse by May. GPA is looking to stand up temporary power before then. And Senator Will Parkinson has introduced Bill 208 in an attempt to extend the energy credit program another 3 months through March. The bill stems from the CCU's approval of an increase to the LEAC, which would raise power bills by up to $33 in February. Last month, Governor Lulian Guerrero signed a new law appropriating $15.8 million from the general fund to GPA to cover the fourth extension of the energy credit program. Parkinson's Bill 208 seeks to further extend the program until March. The senator says the PUC may also choose to raise rates at a higher amount than approved by the CCU, up to an average of $76 per power bill. Parkinson adds, we have power rate increases and pay raises for upper management, all while we have load shedding. Somebody has to look out for the best interest of the people. And those are your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
Well, it is kind of an interesting proposal. We'll get more on that with Senator Will Parkinson a little bit later on in this hour, right, is what we're going to be hearing from him. All right, groovy.
Yes.
Thank you, Real Joe, for lining that up. 10 after 8 o'clock in the morning. Do I have weather here that I needed to take care of? There was another thought in my head, and it left out. Must not have been terribly important. It'll come back to me. 2 o'clock this morning. 2 o'clock in the morning, I'll wake up and go, oh, that's what I was going to say. Isolated showers. Otherwise, mostly sunny today with highs near 88 degrees, east-northeast winds, 9 to 15 miles an hour. We'll watch some gusts there as high as 20 or so. Partly cloudy tonight and overnight lows of about 78 degrees. Tomorrow's going to be a rerun of today's We've got mostly sunny during the day and then partly cloudy skies and some wind in the evening hours. Wednesday, mostly sunny all day with highs near 88 degrees. They don't want to venture into what Wednesday night could appear like. But crazy weather we had over the last couple of days. I was sitting around and thinking, okay, maybe I'm going to get some yard work done because it looked really, really good. And then it started raining. I mean, hard sideways rain. And then it got to be sunny again. And I said, okay, well, maybe I'll get the lawnmower out there and get the thing done. And then, bam, all of a sudden, there's sideways raining again. And I figured if it's going to do this, maybe today is just going to be one of those relaxing. I'll do inside boy chores as opposed to outside boy chores. And that's the way it kind of ended up. Heat index going to feel like 90 degrees today, 20% chance of rain. And sunset tonight at 5:52 p.m. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3. This is Pika's Best. 3 years
Santa's
running.
coming and things are looking up. Bank Pacific has rolled out Rudolph's favorite My Christmas loan with the annual percentage rate as low as 7.49% and up to $50,000. And with our Bank Pacific contactless Visa debit card, you have the flexibility of using your money when you want, where you want. My Christmas loan, contactless Visa debit card. Let's make Christmas season merrier in 23. Equal opportunity lender, credit conditions apply. Merry Christmas from Bank Pacific.
Introducing My Rewards from 76 Circle K, a new and exciting way to fuel your savings. Get rewarded while purchasing your favorite items like Circle K coffee, Polar Pop, hot dogs, and more. Save 25 cents off per gallon and fuel your savings with My Rewards. Download the My Rewards Guam app. 25 cents off per gallon is valid for up to 20 gallons. One time per day. Certain exclusions apply. Visit 76circlekguam.com for more details.
What happened? 812, portions of the broadcast made possible by the guys over at APL. American President Lines is delivering the future. Also being brought to you by the guys over at Subway. Now, Subway doesn't deliver, but Good to Go We Deliver does. So we've got a great hookup opportunity, a harmony of interests, if you will. You go online to subwaypacificguam.com or the World Wide Web and then put your order together and decide whether you want to pick it up. Or maybe you're busy. Maybe you don't. Maybe you're just like that. And you know what? I don't want to leave. Because it might rain again, like Ray Gibson says. So I'm just going to stay around the house or the office and wait until they deliver it. And they will, delivering that incredible Subway flavor of the Subway series right to your doorstep. You got to refresh to be fresh.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
The breathless stories out of Dubai yet? The climate cult is meeting in Dubai. The COP28.
No.
Yeah. This is the beginning of the climate cult from back in 1995 or so, when first time they got together, and the Kyoto protocols were adopted in 1997. You remember that one there?
Don't they make it rain there?
I don't know. 2015. Yeah. Nations agree to keep global temperature rise to well below 2% at the COP21. And now at the 21, the Glasgow Climate Pact was introduced at COP26. And now we're something like 37.5 gigatons of CO2. Which unfortunately the article doesn't really put it into context. What I think everybody's going to be speaking about, there's going to be breathless and shrill voices over at COP28 talking about how 2023 was the hottest year ever on Earth that we know of. Since we've been able to keep track of all of this stuff, and the rising levels of CO2, which is causing global warming. And then you've got the contrarian position that says, no, global warming causes increases in CO2. You've got, it's an interesting concept, but you've got it totally reversed. And there really isn't anything that man can do about it, because man hasn't necessarily contributed to the fact that there has been global warming. And the degree that we know it was the hottest year ever on record. How long have human beings been around? Couple of million years, maybe?
Yeah.
17 billion?
Not too long.
I don't know. How old is Bob Kelly? I don't know. At least that long. And is it possible that we have gone through all of these at some point or another? Global emissions, as well as the resulting uptick in worldwide average temperatures, are dramatically outpacing outcomes from the COP process. This means now they're going to want to get us to renewables Instead of waiting until 100% zero until 2035, they're going to want to do it like next week. Somebody over at the Youth Congress is going to say, we should strive for zero carbon emissions on Guam by next year.
They'll save us. Thank you, Youth Congress.
I don't know. I bristle when I start thinking about things like that. Climate cult. Maybe I'll give you a couple of websites or Twitter people to follow. I'm trying to remember where Twitter was interesting over the weekend, and I might get around to remembering. 8:16 in the morning. Who's that on the phone?
That could be the next Lieutenant Governor of Guam, Will Parkinson.
That's what I said. That's what I'm saying. He's the only one. He's the only one looking out for my wallet over at the legislature with the most recent extension only recently being approved and funded by the government of Guam. Senator Will Parkinson has introduced Bill number 208, which would extend that yet again for another 3 months into 2024. Good morning, Senator Parkinson.
Good morning, Guam, and good morning, neighbor. How are you today?
You know what? Not bad, and I hope you're okay with the status of my yard. I know it was kind of looking thuggy out there for a while, but I had somebody come in and take care of it and fix my lawnmower, so I should be about right. But man, the wind and the rain in the last couple of days, right?
Yo, yeah, I was trying to go to flea market the other day, and I looked outside and was like, nope.
Staying in.
I feel ya.
So I've got one of those ERC deals in the backyard with one of these blue tarps or gray tarps or something like that, and the wind was up so much, and then it was raining so hard, it was holding onto the water, and I lost a big chunk of it. It's kind of laying on the ground right now just because of this crazy weather that we've been having. I don't know if there's anything you can do about it, but maybe instead of taking this credit,
I got you.
Instead of taking this credit to GPA. Can I get an ERC credit for a new tarp?
Maybe we'll amend the GPA law so we could cover tarps too.
It should be 8:17 in the morning. Senator Will Parkinson on the line right now. We're talking about Bill 208. Why are you the only signature on this? Did you not have time to circulate it? Because it seems to me with it being this year being an election year or a re-election year, you would have had no shortage of people that would co-pilot this for you to put another $300 or so in credit to ratepayers all over the island.
You know what? Like, we could always make that amendment on the floor. That amendment gets made all the time, and I'll have no problem doing that if anybody wants to hop on board. The only reason I introduced it so quick is as we were talking and we saw the announcement that the PUC had approved rate hikes, we kind of did the math that the power credit is going to be expiring at the same time as the rate hike. So there is a possibility that the people could $178 rise in their effective payments, and I think that's too big of a sticker shock price for people to be walking into a rate hike.
All right, now for clarity, I'm not aware that the PUC has approved it. I know that GPA has requested, CCU has approved it, but I don't know if it's made it through the monthly PUC process.
I apologize. I misspoke. The CCU has approved it. You're absolutely correct.
Okay, so until the Public Utilities approves it, and to what degree they approve it, they might not like that same number that the CCU and the power company has put forward for exactly that same reason. They may be looking at it going, hey, there's a lot of people out there, a lot of credit card bills to pay and Christmas money that they've got to put into their bank accounts and that kind of thing, as opposed to putting into a power bill.
And really, we're just trying to be proactive about it. We see this coming, and so we don't want to have a repeat of the last go-around where it was done last minute, without a public hearing, without a committee report. And so I just want to make sure, because that's something that my colleagues have requested, and I'm trying to be respectful and cognizant of that, and trying to get this out early so we can get the public hearing and get the ball moving on it soon. All right.
Now, you remember things chapter and verse better than I do, but you've also introduced in the last few days, this came out, I want to say Thursday, Friday last week, and again, Solo Act here, providing temporary emergency power capacity. What does this legislation propose to do that your other legislation did not?
Well, they're basically doing the same mechanism for two different things. And the reason that I separated them, because GPA had originally requested for them as a package. It was they were both to waive procurement protests and procurement laws so that they could get these things done. For the first set, it was for already existing diesel generators that we already own. And so for that stuff, I'm like, you know what? I have no problem with waiving procurement on that. Let's get our stuff fixed. But the other component was they wanted to put up some temporary power, and they want to waive and these are new temporary powers, and they wanted to waive procurement for that. And I was like, well, that one I got to pump the brakes on a little bit. I think that wants to be its own separate bill, and that one I would like to hear public input on that and not waive it, because I think those two, even though they use the same mechanism, are magnitudes of order in difference.
All right, moving forward, though, it seems to me that we are highlighting here again issues in procurement now that are affecting our ability to get parts, that are affecting our ability to get new generation capabilities brought to Guam, affecting issues in the schools, mold mitigation, repairs, air conditioning, that kind of thing. We've got to take another look at procurement here on Guam and figure out how to do it right, so that every procurement that goes out, I mean, has the right level of scrutiny and diligence on it, but isn't automatically a magnet for protest.
Yeah, that's something balancing act we have to do. And honestly, I'm not quite sure what is the problem. Is it the personnel are not qualified to do these procurement and just flat out don't know how to do it right? Or have we tied our straitjacket so tight in an effort to prevent corruption, we've also prevented regular, basic, good work to be done as well.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's something we get to reflect on as a society. And like, do we need to loosen these procurement laws? Because I feel like every other session, we're introducing some legislation to waive procurement laws because we're about to lose money somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, because we can't get our act together.
Or our capability of providing services to the people of Guam in cases where we do have money and have outlined other services and supplies that we can purchase. But, you know, you get into this thing and all of a sudden, unless we're doing emergency procurement, and there was still, and I think still a hell of a lot of that going on post-Mawar, post-COVID, that it's either there are too many restrictions or none whatsoever, up to and including the need to be able to highlight the reports, who we are purchasing from, the amounts that we are purchasing with them in these reports. I've never been satisfied with anything I've seen.
And the other thing we don't talk about, too, is a lot of these procurement waivers basically use the same mechanism where we let the OPA look at it after the fact, after the waiving has been done down the road. But if we're going to be doing that with basically everything, we better up the budget of the OPA so that they can handle that influx of extra work.
He won't fight you on that, I'm sure. It's 8:23 in the morning. Senator, I appreciate your time. Appreciate what you're trying to do. I think there's a pretty interesting legislation. We'll see what kind of drama that brings out of your colleagues at the legislature.
Hey, hopefully none. I'm trying to go through all the paces and take it slow like they want.
All right, buddy. You have a great day. I'll see you soon.
All right.
There neighbor. There's my neighbor, Will Parkinson, out there. A couple of interesting thoughts on a couple of measures that he has got. And I see what he's doing, and I think his mathematics are about right. If these credits are going to expire right around the same time that any increase in the LEAC is going to be imposed, that could have tremendous impacts on families all over the island. 24 after 8 o'clock in the morning. But something that is worth celebrating is Angel Santos is not completely retired. He's only just tired. I heard that from a cop buddy of mine over the weekend. But still capable of providing services to the people of Guam, just no longer as the president of the Mayor's Council. Congratulations on your new gig at where?
Department of Parks and Recreation, Ramon.
The Department of Parks and Recreation, and I tell you what, can you take any smaller bites? Because it seems to me that is one big chomp of a bite that you're going to have to get in there and right size. I think Mr. Pelletier has done an outstanding job keeping the lights on, but now we need to get somebody in there and beyond an acting capacity to really right size this ship.
Yes, I'm learning. There's a lot of things to do there, and Warren and I I'm gonna hit the ground running in a couple of weeks here after I take a few weeks off and do what I have to do.
Well, what do you have to do? I mean, when you told me you were going to Rev and Tax, I already had 3 or 4 things that I wanted you to work on, starting with both of the pools, the one in Agania and then the one up in the Adedido sports facility. That needs some work. We know that the ball field has seen better days, and we could use a whole lot of work there. And there's virtually every village on Guam that has got a ball field that needs more by way of maintenance and dugouts and lights and even skate parks and that kind of thing. So you've got, I'm sure, a big list that you can look at, right?
You mentioned a lot of them. You know, every village has a park. Like you say, every village has a recreational facility, and those have to be all, renovated and upgraded if we really want to make sure that our, not just our local people, but if we want to promote sports tourism, we want international teams to come to our island and do the spring training. All of these things have to get going.
And we talked about that, in between here and there. I had Patrick Lujan from GSPN on the line. We were doing a medal count now that the Pacific Games are open, but I kind of asked out loud when Guam is going to be playing host to the Pacific Games, and his answer was kind of disappointing. I don't even think we're up for consideration, and maybe a lot of that has to do with the lack of really, really good training facilities for the people that we've got here on Guam. And if we did the Pacific Games, where the hell would they play? We don't have a whole lot of places that on the public side that are up to standard.
Not in the condition our fields are at right now, but it's something that we have to envision and look forward to and start working on it, because we can't keep same old way if we really want to get international competition here.
Agree. And then there's a different kind of view that I have about Parks and Rec, and we talked about this one a little bit the other night. Is there was a time in the 1970s, and there was some place where kids could go, whether it was a mayor's office or some kind of a Parks and Rec satellite out there somewhere, where if you wanted to play ping pong at the rec center, there's the paddles, there's the balls. You want to play basketball, we've got some place where you can go and play basket, and the place is marked, and we've got the balls that we can provide for you. All you got to do is show up in your basketball shorts and your good shoes, and then start enjoying the game. Same thing with volleyball courts and things like that on the beaches. There's a whole lot of green space that we've got right now, and I think some of it is disused, unused, because we just don't have the facilities up to speed. We don't have the people to man those facilities.
Yeah, that's something that's not lost with me. I've already started talking with our mayors and vice mayors to see whether these are kind of programs that we can again start or restart. Like you said, in the 70s, 80s, why not bring it back?
Yeah.
Because we can.
If we've got the capabilities of doing it, now everybody talks about funding. Now, my understanding, and you might need to get with whoever at the legislature is your committee chair, but my understanding is that there should be a change. I spoke with one of the managers of one of the sports facilities on Guam. This one very popular and well loved and well used, as a matter of fact. And this guy charges, as he should, a fair amount of money to use his facility. But that money goes back into a big revolving pot at the Department of Parks and Rec, and then gets spread out equally to everybody else, regardless of their ability to keep their facilities running. And it just seems to me that if you're running, say, the swimming pool, whoever you put in charge of the swimming pool should be able to keep every penny of every dollar that they generate, so that they can maintain the pool, keep it staffed, keep it safe. Know what I mean? As opposed to taking that money and throwing it in the mix with everything else.
Yeah, and you're right. And it's something that, like I said, I'll be looking into and make sure that whoever the money is collected for gets it for their use, and not go to somewhere else where they didn't even do a damn thing to earn it.
Yeah, didn't earn it. It's just I got money anyway, and so I just keep running my facility as poorly as it has been, and just count on other guys that are a little bit more motivated, that have facilities that are getting a lot more use in order to keep their allowance where it is. And I don't end up thinking that's good for anybody when it comes to the Department of Parks and Recreation. I suppose the only other thing would be to make it as easy as possible to be able to use those facilities. I recall there was a time when the Agana swimming pool was open that you had to go all the way up to Sinanya and get chits and then go back down to Agana so that you could use them at the pool, and then they didn't have to worry about somebody getting sticky fingers and playing with money down there. And I'm going, huh? That seems like an awful way to be able to manage your people and manage the facilities. Any way we can go back to having a cash register at some of these spots, so that, if I want to use the swimming pool, I got $3 in my pocket, I go swimming today.
Well, Ray, it's going to be a new DPR, and things like this we will work on. And I'm going to have the public, many people that are involved with parks, many people that are involved with recreation. come in, meet with me, or I'll go.
Dude, I'll ad hoc. I will ad hoc for you anytime you want. I will ad hoc for you anytime you want, because I think, more than a medical complex, I think we better take care of our sports complex. Get these fat kids out of the house and out there running in the field or playing and swimming. And here's your tennis racket, boy. Go swing that around and get good at it. And maybe you can turn that into something that'll get you into college somewhere. I mean, that's should be among our dreams, right?
That's correct, and I'll keep you informed. We're going to be transparent. We're going to be open, and we're going to let the people of Guam know what they can expect.
Okay,
and when.
Can I give you one more? One more. I put this down. Write this down, Angel. Write it down.
Sure.
Okay, so you remember when Poke Fry first started?
Yes.
They started at the Agana swimming pool.
I remember.
Yeah. So is that something that we can do? Is create near to some of these places areas where we can pull up a pop up and plug it into the house electricity, or any number of things to make things easier for kind of startup businesses, hustle sized businesses in there, and they can take advantage of the government facilities and provide a service to the customers of those facilities.
I'm sure these are kind of things that we can work out. I mean, I don't know what the mandates are of PPR yet, but I'm sure that if these things are allowable, then we're going to do it just to at least provide people convenience.
Yeah. Yeah, just make it as easy as possible and welcoming as possible. It's kind of like you got at Chamorro Village. There might be 5 or 6 restaurants that come and go in a year, but there's always a Jamaican grill. There's always some kind of an anchor, and I know what the rules and regulations are about the businesses there and the kind of incubator approach that they had for that facility. And maybe there's an incubator approach that we can put together that will help fund some of the things, so that when we build the Angel Sablon Stadium. The Angel Sablon Major League Stadium, where we only play Angel Sablon style, old school slow pitch softball from back in the day, like we used to up in Jigo, right?
That's right.
That's what we're going to name it. Start design the logo now, Angit.
Well, brother, I also like to thank the people of Guam for supporting me all these 15 some odd years. That I've been at the Mayor's Council of Guam. It was certainly something that I didn't expect to take all these years or last all these years, but I gave it what I could to the Mayor's Council of Guam, and they acknowledged that the other day at my retirement ceremony, and I appreciate all of them, especially all the workers at the Mayor's Council of Guam.
Oh, boy.
I'm just going to bring that same passion from the Mayor's Council over to DPR and make sure that our people get what they really need as far as parks, as far as recreational facilities, and the good ones at that.
Josh Cadahay says, welcome back and congratulations to Angel Sablon. The Santa Rita Community and Sports Recreation Organization will be looking forward to working with you. And I know because they're working on a bunch of things to be able to do there for the residents of the Santa Rita community, because they've got needs as well, and they're starting to organize themselves to get it done. Angel, one last thing before I let you go, if you don't mind.
Shoot.
It's political.
Shoot.
Who's Josh's running mate?
I think you know just as I do who we really want it to be.
Yeah, I do. No, I don't know that those dreams are going to come true.
Be a great tandem. I think that would be a great tandem and great for the people of Guam.
He's talking about the
BG.
The BG.
Together for Guam.
Together for Guam. You're so good at this. What happened to Amanda? I thought Amanda was going to be running with him.
I thought she was running. I thought she's going to run for Congress now. I don't know.
Well, yeah, that Ginger's going to run for Congress.
Yeah, Ginger's running for Congress. Yes, that I heard.
Dude, but we're not close enough to the packet pickup dates.
The more choices the people of Guam have, the better.
I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with it. Angit, you take care of anything I can do for you. Like I said, I'll sit on some ad hocs as long as you've got a cooler.
I Yeah, I appreciate that, brother. It will be a pleasure.
All right, Migo. Have a great day. 888-8255-888-TALK. All right, Angel Sublime, a new guy over the Department of Parks and Rec, and there's a lot of work that needs to get done. And, at least now they've got some park rangers that they a larger cadre of those guys that are out there that can help see to the needs of the park. If for no other reason than to keep people moving around the park as opposed to, no, you cannot live here. Sorry, it's not supposed to be that way. But you need to fend for yourself and go find someplace outside of the parks in order to just kind of hang out and wait until somebody, puts a plate of food in your hands. 888-825-5888-TALK. Studio time, 8:36 in the morning. That last big look at news and headlines with Donna D. Coming up next.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Hungry for a big meal? Meet your match in Chili's bundles with 3 bundles to choose from. Get 2 Chili's entrees with our bundles, starting at $30. Chili's bundles delivers big on all the flavors you crave. The Tex-Mex bundle serves south of the border flavors like bacon ranch or brisket quesadilla, or Chipotle fresh Mex bowl and tacos. Indulge in the classic bundle of the Humongous Bacon Rancher Burger and a fajita combo. Got a bigger appetite? Go for the Banger bundle with a half rack of ribs and honey Chipotle sirloin. Plus, each bundle comes with chips and salsa for starters. At Chili's, more life and delicious bundles happen here.
Shopping days, 21 days till Christmas. You need to fund that, don't you? Swing by VFW Friday night and maybe win the Queen of Hearts jackpot. We did not get a winner last. I say we like it's my money, right? Sorry, no winner on Friday night. Over $5,600 is where the jackpot is going to be sitting on Friday night at 7 by the time they start calling names. So swing by the VFW, grab yourself a couple of tickets with your beers and sandwiches, and give yourself an opportunity to bring that money into your home. But the deal here, the countdown, also being brought to you, of course, by my friends over at thebougiebooney.com on the World Wide Web. There's so many different ways to use the phrase bougie, and Cousin Troy gave us one here today. You know what? I can't afford the Yeti cooler, but I want to have Yeti something in my house, so I've got these Yeti tumblers, and there's a possibility that the one that you have is a counterfeit. No, I don't know how you can tell, but there's an important point here about the nature of some folks. Go ahead, be bougie with your dog. Grab that boonie, but give it the kind of love and attention that it wants, and the kind of grooming that it wants. There's some special about the relationship between a dog and its groomer. Find out more by taking a test drive over at thebougiebooney.com on the World Wide Web. You might be able to reach out and beep Katie on her gizmo and set up an appointment. The number is 797-4163. We are the champions. No, that's a different song. 3-Peak. Peak is best. This is the radio station you're listening to. Monday morning at 8:38. Time for our last big look at news and headlines with Donna D. Hoppa, Donna, what did we miss?
GDOE has reported that the dropout rate for public high school students is down and graduation numbers are up. The report indicates the graduation rate is an improvement from pre-pandemic rates from about 87% to nearly 91%. GDOE states that the dropout rate is subject to further verification. And Sanctuary closed out its anniversary month with a thank you wave along the Chief Kapua Loop Thursday afternoon. The nonprofit is celebrating 52 years and provides programs for youth and families, establishing Guam's only substance use treatment program for teens. And Team Guam completed its journey in the 17th Pacific Games in Solomon Islands, finishing with 17 medals. Weightlifter Nicola Lagatao won 3 golds. The men's 3-on-3 basketball team defeated Fiji to win their second consecutive gold medal. Ben Borja, Rio Aiken, and Mark Johnson won silver in the men's 5-on-5 team. Guam's competitors brought back 7 gold, 4 silver, and 6 bronze medals. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Get ready. Okay, here it comes. Air travelers are even more rude during holidays. Just go to Twitter. Go to X, go to Twitter. You'll see pictures. You'll see videos of people acting outrageously on the airplanes.
During the holidays,
especially during the holidays.
Calm.
Yeah. But what I'm learning is it seems to be happening more on Southwest Airlines. That's because I think that's
a domestic airline.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. We don't have them out here, but it might be one of those kind of low price, low fare, low IQ.
Maybe there's no Chamorro or no Guamanian flight attendants.
We need to get
gotta do it.
We need to get more Guamanian and Pacific area flight attendants on these flights. Number one, number two, we need to charge a whole hell of a lot more because people, get on an airplane anymore and it's like they're riding a bus to somewhere. I'm not saying that you need to get dressed up for the airplane ride. I'm not saying you got to go in church clothes.
We always did that.
But at least get respectable. Oh my God. Like we had when we were going someplace. If Shelly and I were headed off to go on a buy-in trip with Uncle Jim to Japan, she would. We were out shopping. It was Diana's. We're buying new shoes and new pants and clothes and stuff like that because she didn't want her kids to look like Section 8 when they arrived in Japan. Where was it? All right, celebrity birthdays. Are you ready?
Okay.
Number one, Wink Martindale. I don't have a lot of memories of Wink Martindale. He was already done and over with being a whole household name as a game show host by the time we got television back in the day. But it's worth making a nod that he's still alive. Wink Martindale is 90 years old.
What game show?
You'll have to Google that.
Dang.
Max Baer Jr., here's a name everybody in my age group will recognize, is 86 years old. You might be going, who's Max Baer Jr.? He was Jethro in the Beverly Hillbillies. Nothing? Not feeling that at all?
Oh, I didn't watch that.
All right. Jeff Bridges was only on for 40 years. Jeff Bridges from The Big Lebowski. He's the old guy. He's 74 years old. Marissa Tomei from My Cousin Vinny. I know, right? What I was going to try to find was a video, except I'll get in trouble with the YouTube police, but I wanted to find a video of her doing
the
her
car
deal.
thing?
Yeah, the deal at the end of the
testimony.
movie. Yeah, her deal at the testimony that got the kid from off of whatever it was. Anyway, wait a second. Weird things are happening with cameras around here. Who else got country singer and rapper Jelly Roll is 37 years old today.
Wow,
Jelly Roll.
Jelly Roll.
Yeah, another one that you're going to have to Google. Tyra Banks. There's a name.
She's got 5 head.
What?
She got 5 head.
Not 4 head, but 5 head?
Yeah.
Tyra. Supermodel.
Now I'm going to have to go look for that.
Supermodel.
Now I'm going to have to Google a picture of Tyra Banks to see what exactly that it is you're talking about. She's got like a massive. Yeah. There are some people that will refer to us, and when I say us, I mean Underwoods in general. And that includes some Berdalio kids. And they say, it's one of the things that you can kind of tell that we're all family because we've got the same kind of forehead. I'm not sure if it's 5 head or 4 head or what. Hand washing awareness week. It is Older Driver Safety Awareness Week. Now, I bring this up for a variety of reasons, and that is because I'm an older driver. I am 61 years old. And you're going, that's not old. Well, it's not old by today's standards, but back when I was growing up, 16 years old, somebody told me they were still driving at 61. I'd say, you got to be kidding, right? But we're all kind of still on the road out there. But I want to say, just a remark now, there are times where I'm counting on your ability to be defensive against me on the road, because I might not be all that cognizant sometimes of what lane I want to go into or how long I want to sit at that light.
You gotta go in the old people lane, Ray.
There needs to be an old people
fast
lane.
lane.
There needs to be
a fast lane.
There should be an old people lane because I'm with you on that. No, the lane needs to be the one. I'm too old to sit at this light this long, and there is a light. It's at Bank of Guam in Agana. Mm-hmm. And I don't know why.
God.
All of those, the entire, from Route 4 all the way back to McDonald's. I hate every single one of those lights. And honest to God, if there's nobody around, I go. I'm not.
Allegedly, you allegedly go.
No, I'll admit it now to God and everybody. I will blow that red light because there's nobody there. And otherwise, if you just sit there, I mean, you can be at some of these lights long enough to have memories. Exactly. So I'm just saying, it's a cookie day if you're looking for something happy. Santa's list day. It is the day to start putting together the list. Leave it up on the refrigerator so everybody knows what it is that you want.
Starling, please. Starlink, please, Santa.
Starlink. Yeah, I thought I was wondering if we were going to be able to make it through a day without bringing up Starlink. But anyway, yeah, Santa, if that might be on your list for Santa. It is Walt Disney Day.
Is it birthday?
Oh. No.
Did you say woke Disney?
I
Hey, if we're talking about Walt the man, he's a good guy.
Walt the man and his brain and his head somewhere being refrigerated.
That's not true.
He's like Wally right from Wally's World.
It will always be true to me.
Okay.
That myth or whatever, it will always be true to me that Walt Disney's head has been frozen and is in a deep freeze somewhere in Disneyland, where when they're just waiting for the
probably still
science
at the firehouse
to be able to revive him, and then he will come out and smite all of the people that are running Walt Disney now and saying, "Knock it off! You're ruining my legacy. You ruin everything about this. It is important that there be inclusion in everything, but you have taken the idea way, way, way too far, and people consider all of our movies, even the ones without the WALT, to be unwatchable in 2023. What they decide they're not going to advertise?
Yeah, with
on
X.
X.
Yeah, you heard what Elon said.
Oh, Elon is,
I don't
my
need your
God.
money.
He didn't stutter.
He did not stutter. There are images of Elon Musk, and he's holding out his hands like this. That move that he made. You don't need to hear it. You don't need to read it. You know what he's saying, and I think everybody is saying about are going along with him in about the same way. Do not try to hold me hostage to your woke nonsense and your climate cultism here by withholding your advertising. That's just funny. I love it when billionaires fight, don't you? Anyway, 8:47 in the morning. Donna D, I think that's all the time that we have for all of this stuff. I'm going to let you run for the rest of the day, all right?
Bye.
All right, check you tomorrow. Donna D is going to be back tomorrow morning around 6 o'clock, and more news and headlines and things like that. Studio time is 8:47. I might be right back.
Since 1997, Island Eye Institute has been committed to your family's eye care needs. From its beginnings, Island Eye Institute has recognized the value in incorporating state-of-the-art technology into personalized care and a commitment to excellence. As Guam's complete eye center, our specialists offer their expertise in glaucoma, retina, cornea, LASIK, cataract, and diabetic eye disease. Island Eye accepts Select Care, Net Care, Take Care, and Stay Well. Call us at 637-2020 to schedule your appointment today. We're located on the second floor of the Baltej Pavilion in Tamuning.
The secret to finding joy this season is sharing my delicious KFC chicken with everyone. Introducing KFC's new holiday bundle of joy. That's a bucket of my KFC chicken, 2 large sides, 8 pieces of my new chicken nuggets, and 4 biscuits. Every bundle of joy comes with a free KFC umbrella, and KFC will donate $1 to the Guam Harvest House. It's the season of sharing with KFC's holiday bundle of joy. It's finger-licking good.
My, what an interesting day. 888-825-5888-TALK. One of my cameras is frozen. And the only way that I can use this is to get an off-site camera. And hold on. Okay, am I back? Okay.
There you are.
I gotta get the Mumps camera. So I got the Mumps camera, but it doesn't have its own, whatever tripod gizmo. If you're listening on the radio, it means nothing to you. Online, Facebook Live, YouTube Live, et cetera, et cetera. Mana Silva Tyrant is watching the show.
Morning, Mana. We miss you.
So much. Jerome McDonald is there. Disney is corrupt, says Mike Grace Bloss. Who else is online? Jose Martinez. This hour of the Ray Gibson Show is brought to you by the Frozen section. Kevin Canata online. Dona Mila Martinez, Ed Boro, Anna Hahn. Good to see you online. So is Josh Catahay. Benita Manzanita Manglotnia is hanging out. Can we please stop voting in used car salesmen into the legislature? To which Jose Martinez writes, don't sell your standard short. His politics very divergent from ours in the long term. Who else is on? Carlene Harker, Bertha Mazza Cruz, Kenny Williams. Let me see. Sonny Cruz, Jackie Borja Cabrera, Jay Devon, Bobby Tovis, Hafa Ade to you, Ruel the Rooster Drillon. With an interesting point, it's been brought up once upon a time, but I don't think anything will ever happen to it. It says there should be a mechanism by which motorists can receive reimbursement for repairs to their vehicles due to the very poor road conditions.
Oh, you mean like when GPA busts your appliances?
Well, Or
Yeah.
GWA puts a new pothole in front of your house.
Yeah. They could do that.
Yeah, there should be.
There's a form for that, right?
You know what? I'm going to be curious about something on Wednesday, and it's I'm sorry, small talk already, but last Wednesday I put the trash out. By some miracle, I remembered it was trash day and put the trash receptacle out by the curb. And then when I came home, it was empty, but they blocked the driveway. They just put the thing.
Ooh, that's a message, Ray.
That's what I thought. And I don't know what the I don't know. Sleeps with the fishes. I don't know what does that mean when they take your thing and put it right in front of your driveway. And then so here's I'm trying to be a courteous member of the village, so I put the hazard lights on in the car, got out of the car, moved it to put your trash can away where it's supposed to go, and then put the car in the driveway where it belonged. But I forgot to turn off the hazards, so all afternoon long my car's like blinking, and I didn't know I was supposed to go someplace Wednesday night. And I get out, and I can see through the window this little throbbing blink, 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 and I couldn't. What the heck is that? Is there a police car outside or something like that? And no, it was just mine. It was just mine. So I'm trying to sort out. If there's some kind of new GSWA protocol, or maybe what the nature of that message is supposed to be. Who's that? Who's saying hello to my own sister here? Jerome McDonald wishing her a hello online. Got more like that. 888-8255-888-TALK. It's 8:51 in the studio. Let me just look at the table of contents a little bit earlier than I normally do to make sure that I've covered all of the important stuff. At the top of the table of contents lists is the fake Yeti story. And if you missed Cousin Troy earlier, I urge you, Yeti owners of all kind, to go to candid.com on the World Wide Web and take a look at that story that he has posted about an investigation that was conducted by none other than the federal government of the United States of America, because they had a concern and maybe a lead that the Yetis that were sold on Guam for a certain period of time were counterfeit.
So they probably made millions.
Oh, dude.
Where does this counterfeiting happen? Guess?
Probably China. Probably China. There's beware. There's versions. That's why if you want to make sure that you're getting the right deal, go someplace where you can trust. Beyond the Box for Apple products, right? Because I know them.
Yeah, official and certified.
Official, yes. Because you can buy knockoff Apple watches, and they might be Apple watches under somebody else's brand name. Might have come out of someplace like that. Keep the lights on for a few extra hours tonight and knock out a whole bunch of these that we can sell because they look and taste and feel just like Apple watches. There's different ways that they're counterfeiting iPhones. As a matter of fact, I saw something on the web that got my attention. Is they using mock-ups and second skins will take, the cheaper version of an iPhone and then slap on something that looks like, the 3 cameras on the back instead of the 2 in that configuration. And they've got these fake false fronts that go on them. And you can peel them off if you know what you're doing. And then bang, there's that cheap Apple phone that's in there, but it's buyer beware. But everything over at the Beyond the Box, that's the real deal. But you can find counterfeits from all over the place, and no secret, right? Anybody goes to the Philippines and comes back with a brand new Rolex. What do you suppose, Real Joe? That might be a Green Hills counterfeit, ma'am, sir.
It's hard to tell.
It's hard to tell.
That's why we think all of them are fake.
Exactly.
So it cheapens the value of the real one when you see someone roll up. And
there's nothing that'll cheapen the value of the real one, I don't think.
Well,
I hear what you're saying.
If I see Phil Flores wearing a Rolex, I know it's real.
That's a real one, right? Yeah. There might be a few other guys.
One of my friends, maybe not. Sorry, friends.
Yeah, I know. So this is the way you do it now, is you go to the Philippines and you buy yourself that new Rolex or that new tag or that whatever the big watches out there these days. But don't wear it right away. Don't, hey, look, I just came back from the Philippines and be sporting some kind of a high-end watch, because everybody will know that you bought yourself a counterfeit of the watch. But they make them so well. Remembering now the first time I'd gone out there and was not necessarily shopping, but I saw the process of this, and for about $150, you're going to get a watch that will tell you the time and show you the date. It's not, they don't work. They're functioning watches that are made to look astonishingly like the real thing. And I think they have grades, right? Like there's a AA, AAA, single A, something like that. And you can get these knockoffs that look,
Oh, yeah. The more you spend, the better the knockoff is.
The better the knockoff, yeah. And you can go, well, I bought this for $500. And you go, well, it's counterfeit. And you go, look, yeah, tell me where you believe that it is counterfeit. What on this watch does not look like it could have come from the real thing? Yeah, when they first came out with the Kobe lines of electronics, this would be years ago now, because nobody markets anything now like they did. You could go and buy yourself a Kobe thing that looked like a Walkman, but it wasn't a Walkman. And Kobe, though, was not a knockoff company. It was somebody else's it's like flying No Frills Airlines or something like that. I don't know. I always thought it was kind of interesting, which is another reason why I think the most expensive things that I own, the most expensive brand names that I own, are generally bougie, I guess is the word that I'm going to use.
Yeah.
I don't have a fancy wallet, and I don't have a fancy watch. The watch that I'm wearing right now is the lowest price Garmin that they have, just because it's the most practical, and if you just want to keep track of your pace and mileage and stuff like that, it's a perfectly fine accessory to do that with. On the other hand, I know people that have got super, super high end this, that, and the other, Pierre Cardin and Christian Dior and LVs and all of these kinds of things. And I just don't understand. I've never been able to figure out why you would want to pay so much extra for something whose function can be duplicated by a plastic bag from Payless.
Status.
I guess.
Society.
I guess. I don't know. Never been that kind of guy. 8:57 on the Ray Gibson Show. What else is going to be worth yakking about? Air Force plane to be completely scrapped after a collision with a French aircraft. This is an interesting story because it's from here.
Is that Christmas drop?
CC-150 Polaris that collided with a French Air Force plane at Andersen Air Force Base in Guam would cost as much as $28 million to fix it. So what happens when you've got something that is beyond economical repair? Flea market.
Flea market.
Both planes sustained major damage in the collision. The investigation did not reveal any evidence of technical issues with the aircraft and is now focusing on procedures, communications, and human factors. The decision to scrap the 1503 came just one day before the plane was scheduled to be decommissioned. Now the first of 4 new Airbus-built Huskies will be entering service. The CC-330s are based on Airbus's venerable A330-200 airliners, and they've got pictures of the nature of the damage to the plane. It looks like it might have just taken a little bit out of that last wing and the dorsal fin in the back of it. But $28 million, $28 million to fix it, and we're just going to treat this like. What's the GovGuam analogy? What's the GovGuam analog? The old hospital. It'll cost too much to fix, so we're just going to decommission it. We'll get these big jaws of life-looking scissors and cut the thing into pieces and dump them over the reef. And that's what we're going to do with it, as opposed to, wow, $28 million. Really, is that a lot of money? A330, leave it around here. We'll use that to fly between Guam and the CNMI. Come on, can I have it? I'll fix it. If I fix it, can I have it? Just asking, General. Let me know. 9 o'clock in the morning, the radio station KUSG had gotten you 93.3. We are The Point, Pika's best 3 years running.
attacks in the Red Sea. I'm Kathleen Maloney, Fox News. The Pentagon says an American warship and several commercial vessels came under attack today in the Red Sea. Fox's Lucas Tomlinson with the latest.
The USS Carney, that's a guided missile destroyer in the Red Sea, has shot down at least 2 drones fired from Yemen by the Iranian-backed Houthi rebels. And some of those drones managed to hit some commercial ships in the Red Sea, making this very clear. This is a multi-pronged attack against commercial shipping. This is a statement from a U.S. defense official saying Houthi missiles struck some commercial ships in the Red Sea. The Carney's been lending assistance and shot down at least 2 drones heading in its direction. So it appears that this attack was a multi-pronged. There were multiple drones that were launched. Carney, of course, has been a number of U.S. Navy destroyers, not only in the Red Sea, but off the coast of Yemen as well, and action was taken.
This could mark a major escalation in a series of maritime attacks in the Mideast linked to the Israel-Hamas war. Israel's offensive against Hamas heating up.
The rocket fire from Gaza does continue here along the Israel-Gaza border, some of the communities taking a direct impact today. Israeli forces say they struck new targets overnight, hitting tunnel shafts and weapons storage facilities. We also know they continue to go after Hamas leadership, including yesterday when they targeted Wissam Farhat, the commander of Hamas's Sajaiya battalion. Farhat was responsible for an attack in 2014 that killed 7 Israeli soldiers inside Gaza. He also was one of the masterminds behind the October 7th massacre. Now, the Palestinian Health Ministry says the death toll in Gaza is rising since the renewed fighting started.
Fox's Trey Yangst, the Israeli military, says it has expanded its ground operations to every part of Gaza and ordered more evacuations from the crowded south. America is listening to Fox News.
Christmas trees are going up at the Security Title Office in Tamuning, and with them comes the music and joy of the season. As we reflect on the ups and downs of 2023, one thing remains constant, and that is the deep gratitude we have for our customers and the meaningful work we do for our real estate community. Thank you for trusting us with your property. From our Security Title family to yours, we wish you a Christmas season filled with peace and joy.
Lime Away is the expert hard water cleaner that provides solutions to your lime, calcium, and rust stains. It's scientifically proven to eliminate lime scale deposits, leaving your home clean from hard water stains, bathtub, bathroom tiles, shower doors, sinks, and toilet bowl stains. Lime Away can eliminate them all. Get your bottle of Lime Away at your nearest mom and pop store and never be embarrassed by those ugly stains again. Lime Away. Distributed by Cosmos Distributing.
Or wherever you download podcasts.
French authorities are investigating a deadly stabbing near the Eiffel Tower as an act of terrorism. Fox's Dana Marie McNichol has more on the suspect.
French authorities say this person was out to kill, and he told police, quote, he was upset about the Gaza situation. Now, France's interior minister says the suspect attacked 2 German tourists with a knife, killing one of them. The attacker then crossed a bridge and wounded 2 people with a hammer. The suspect was then tased by police and arrested while shouting, "God is great," in Arabic. Officials say the attacker has serious psychiatric disorders. He'd already served 4 years in prison for planning another violent attack.
That suspect is in custody. Protests calling for a complete ceasefire of the Israel-Hamas war are still underway across the U.S., including New York City.
Protesters have targeted an upscale shopping mall here in Manhattan at least twice now, the crowd outnumbering the security guards outside, who try their best to keep the marchers out. And then once the protesters were inside, some of them spread out to march and chant on all 3 levels of the mall, the scene halting some shoppers in their tracks who then pull out their cell phones to record. Now, before this, the pro-Palestinian protesters were standing outside the American Museum of Natural History. The museum has been another target for demonstrators in recent weeks.
Fox's CB Cotton. Other targets include the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade and the Christmas tree lighting in Rockefeller Center. At least 5 people are dead, 2 NYPD officers in the hospital after a deadly domestic dispute in Queens, New York this morning. Officers say a man stabbed 4 people inside a home before setting off a minor fire in the house. Police say the suspect slashed 2 responding officers before he was shot and killed. A 13-year-old girl is in critical condition. America is listening to Fox News.
When traveling, people frequently ask, What's it like living in Guam?
I told them a lot of things, but what always stands out is that when a catastrophe hits, we don't go breaking windows and looting stores.
We knock on our neighbors' doors and ask if they're okay.
And that's what we've seen since Mawar.
Yes, it has not always been easy, but we as a community have joined together to assist in our recovery.
So Bank Pacific thanks all who are repairing Guam.
All of us.
So when people ask, I tell them Guam is good.
Bank Pacific, member FDIC.
Hungry for a big meal? Meet your match in Chili's bundles with 3 bundles to choose from. Get 2 Chili's entrees with our bundles, starting at $30. Chili's bundles delivers big on all the flavors you crave. The Tex-Mex bundle serves south of the border flavors like bacon ranch or brisket quesadilla, or Chipotle fresh Mex bowl and tacos. Indulge in the classic bundle of the humongous bacon rancher burger and a fajita combo. Got a bigger appetite? Go for the banger bundle with a half rack of ribs and honey chipotle sirloin. Plus, each bundle comes with chips and salsa for starters. At Chili's, more life and delicious bundles happen here.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
My turn. Got it. Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, is delivering the future, and the Nissan Ninja is back, and they are delivering low prices on all kinds of fantastic pre-loved cars. The Nissan Ninja, looking at the sticker prices, going, no, that number is too high, slash. No, that number's still too high, slash some more. And eventually it gets to a number like $28,000 that you can save $26,000 for a limited time only. What vehicles? I don't know. They've got dozens out there. Lots and lots of every make, model, fit every budget, every lifestyle. Maybe you just want some, you know what I want? I want a boonie car. But I want a reliable boonie car. I want something there where, it's just going to be something I can take to a trailhead and just leave it. And not worry about somebody coming in and breaking the windows and stealing, because, frankly, they'll be able to see driving by that the doors are unlocked and there's nothing inside worth stealing, right? I'm sure they will have something like that on the lot there over at Nissan. Go to NissanGuam.com and get more details, and in fact, get yourself pre-financed. You can call them. They got a phone there, 647-7261, and make arrangements to meet the Nissan Ninja soon.
Real Talk Radio is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Who are we fighting with today? Is there anybody that we got to, like Governor and Dr. Shea or Governor and... They had a thing last night.
Yeah, hospital thing?
Yeah.
Are we still battling about that?
Oh, I don't know. It's supposed to be like a dinner.
Oh. Sweet.
I was not invited, but well, I don't know if I'd
we'll
would
get
have
them
gone
through their
anyway.
stomachs.
But, wait, hold on. Wait. Claims boot camp, sir. We will be down in Molesu tonight, Tuesday, Wednesday, 5:30 to 8:30. Stop in and listen about information about VA benefits. Senior Citizen Center by the mayor's office near the school. Send your people to attend. Thanks very much. I appreciate that. But a little bit of a distraction there. What I was looking for was the invitation, so maybe I can see it and tell you what the thing was. So, yesterday at Hyatt, between 6 and 8, the Guam Medical Association had a thing, sharing ideas, finding solutions, and they were talking about Southern public health. I think was one of them. Dinner will be very casual. The healthcare providers will be sitting on different tables, and senators, whoever attends, will be able to sit with them around the room. There are no forums or panels on stage per se. The goal is to identify healthcare issues, which we will project topics. And then from there, each table, along with senators, will have the opportunity to share ideas and then share solutions, Joe. There will be one person on stage to coordinate the discussions, and should be an educational night. And hopefully at the end, the sharing of different ideas and their respective solutions can assist all of us to help advance access to care and create a better healthcare environment for all patients on Guam. And those are among the topics: access to care, health care coverage, public health, rural area care, shortage of nurses, shortage of physicians, hospital care, emergency response, medical licensing. How can the community medical providers help the legislature to create policy that will ultimately help advanced health care on Guam? But that was last night between 6 and 8. I was watching the last of the movie television series Obliterated on Netflix. Highly recommended. Highly recommended. There's interesting language that they use in the thing. It takes place in Vegas.
Is that the warning they put up there on the left? Interesting language, violence,
nudity. Nudity is in there,
and smoking.
Right. Yes. Maybe somebody's going to be chewing on a vape. They're all in Vegas with whatever that entails. One of the main characters is wearing a no sleeve hoodie that says, "This is what happens in Vegas," with an arrow. And don't ask where the arrow points. It's just it's worth watching. It's worth wait. Don't watch it while the kids are in the room, unless they're over about 20, because there might be some stuff in there. In fact, I guarantee there's going to be some stuff in there. But like I said, well-developed characters, interesting story, and there's lots and lots of twists and turns. And so I think you're going to enjoy it. Obliterated on Netflix, 9/11 in the morning. Now, of course, I was watching it because I have one of those, and so I'm going to use it every day. I've got one of those VPNs on the Apple TV, which is how I'm watching it. And the very, very cool thing about that is it allows you to surf not all streaming channels, but some streaming channels as though you were in a different country. And the menu of offerings in Netflix, for sure, is different in the United States than it is in Japan, is different than it is in the Philippines. So obviously, if you set the browser to the Philippines, you will see more Filipino rom-coms and that kind of thing. Some of the other adventure stuff that they have. What I'd really like to see somebody do is do a whole bunch of these like super old black and white beginning of their film industry movies, because there are some great stories that have been told in old China, old Japan, old Korea, old Philippines, in their different languages as their movies, as their storytelling, industries got to be more and more mature. So I'd like to see more of that kind of thing. Now, the other thing that I kind of gorged on was a movie I had not seen in a long time, and it was Uncle Buck.
John Candy?
Yeah.
Oh.
John Candy, Macaulay Culkin.
It just makes me smile saying John Candy.
Macaulay Culkin, who just got a star in the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Yeah, that's huge, man.
And is dating a hottie from one of the Disney shows. Song is her name.
Oh, it's a girl.
Yes, it's a girl.
Okay, I'm just checking, man, because I could never tell with Macaulay.
No, yeah. There's all those Michael Jackson stories that were in there. Yeah, no, I totally understand. Thank you very much for the icky reminder. But as we move forward, but congratulations to him. And he was just a little squirt in the movie, and he had another little sister about the same age, and then the snotty older sister who was dating a guy named. Do you remember?
I do not.
Bug was his name. And I'm trying to watch the show and watching to see who else went on to become famous in the deal, and it just strikes me as one of those good John Hughes movies from back in the 1980s that has a good ending, and it just kind of feels, I don't know, felt pretty wholesome. Like the parts where he was going to drill the dudes. Anyway, 888-8255, 9:14 in the morning, and I just want to say, I told you so. I just want to say
again.
I told you so. He's got all these people, the Chinese guys on boats coming in from Saipan and Rota and Tinian. And everybody
they're all
says,
old, right? They're all old men.
Oh, they're boat people. They're just,
they're harmless.
They're just escaping China and getting to Saipan and looking for a better way of life. And unfortunately, the economy in Saipan isn't doing anybody any favors right now, which is another kind of big story that maybe more people from down here need to figure out, because it could mean more people from the NMI that are going to be looking for jobs and opportunity here on Guam. Not that is a bad thing. We're all family. But obviously, we'd like to see them doing better with their economy, hospitality industry. industry, et cetera, and the government. But that's going to be kind of tricky. Candid's got that lady that writes for them every once in a while, and she's got some interesting remarks that were posted up over the weekend. But I'm just saying, when they started coming to Guam and aboard boats that were being abandoned, I said that these are not economic refugees. There's another word you're looking for. It rhymes with spies. Oh, wait, it is spies. That's what that's what is happening. They're coming out here, and they come under humanitarian purpose. Oh, we're lost. We went on the boat. It was supposed to be a 3-hour tour, and we got tossed into ugly waters. There was even a group of them that were rescued by military folks that were here on an exercise. And then they were taken in, and as far as I know, they were handed over to, quote, the local authorities for us to be able to deal with.
But they get a court date, right? Like 5 years later, they get a court date to show up and let them go.
Whatever.
Yeah.
They're all military age people, reasonably healthy, and the reason why they are here is to spy on our military facilities, and that's all there is to it. And finally, I feel like I have been vindicated because of this story. Hi, Annette. Nice to see you there. Because of this story that's floating around in a couple of places. This one here from the New York Post, to the degree that you agree with things that you see in the Post. Chinese spies could use travel program to monitor U.S. sites in Guam, according to a senator. Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa and Representative Neil Dunn out of Florida are urging the Department of Homeland Security to close an apparent loophole allowing some Chinese nationals to enter U.S. territory without a visa. How does this work? The two Republicans warned that the carve-out could be exploited to permit Chinese spies to infiltrate U.S. military installations on the island of Guam. Under the policy, certain Chinese nationals can enter the Northern Mariana Islands without business or tourism visas during a multi-week stress. Quote, the Chinese Communist Party has already proven it will stop at nothing to infiltrate and outpace the United States, and I'm working to close loopholes that allow for further espionage. Ernst, who sits on the Senate Armed Services Committee and has long positioned herself as a hardliner on China, penned a letter to Dunn, to DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, a.k.a. Useless. While specific details of this arrangement remain hidden from the public, it has been reported that individuals must only have a Chinese passport that is valid for 6 months after the intended stay. DHS website on the visa waiver program explains that in 2009, then Secretary Janet Napolitano used her, quote, discretionary authority to permit entry of Russian and Chinese nationals who are visitors for business or pleasure, what we called at the time parolees. They were paroled into the country. And the idea was we just kind of keep an eye on everybody and make sure that they leave. The conventional wisdom, I think, at the time was they would be here as tourists with enough invested in and enough family living in those communist countries to return, so that we didn't really have to worry about them overstaying their visas or running away from the politicians and the environment that they lived in China and Russia, because they knew that the powers that be would go after their family or whatever investments that they had there. So it kind of made sense, and it was really good for Guam at the time, because they didn't need to come in through the CNMI. They could come directly to Guam. And many of you will remember the heady days, not so much of a lot of Chinese business around here, but the very rich Russians that were coming in from Vladivostok. And they would come in here and want to stay in the $60,000 a night room in whatever was the fanciest hotel that we had.
Oligarchs?
Like that. God, I remember they'd show up at restaurants like Lone Star. There's 2 dozen people in this group that they're traveling with. And they would take over entire sections of the place, and they would pay top dollar for the service. And there was no slowing them down. That was great. There was a lot of people that were entertaining the idea of getting into some kind of not necessarily hotel, not necessarily apartment relationships, but we'd fix up a piece of property out there somewhere and rent it to them on a week-to-week, multi-week, maybe a month or two here or there. But never anything longer than that. And there were a bunch of people that put a lot of money into that kind of investment, eventually turn them into Airbnbs in a lot of cases. Anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to digress from Janet Napolitano and the parole program. Parole would be granted on a case-by-case basis and would only permit stays in the Northern Mariana Islands. The department cite the significant economic benefit to the island, which has a population of just over 55,000. Ernst & Dunn alleged in their letter that U.S. Customs and Border Protection enacted a specific policy in 2019 that allows Chinese nationals to visit the island chain for 14 days without a visa. Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands is the only territory that does not require a visa for Chinese nationals to enter. Current statute allows Chinese nationals to enter the islands for 2 visa-free weeks. Is there more on that? Yeah. Law enforcement does an exceptional job capturing those who come to the islands with ill intent. However, we must implement the requirement of a B1, B2 visa to enter the CNMI to successfully deter the Chinese Communist Party's aggression and transnational repression. Top concern for them is that the policy could render the U.S. territory island chain vulnerable to a myriad of risks, such as organized crime and drug trafficking. Not that there has been organized crime, drug trafficking, and prostitution in the CNMI before, I heard. They also note that these Chinese citizens have previously been found entering the Northern Mariana capital of Saipan, then coordinating illegal transportation to Guam, which boasts a number of sensitive military sites. They don't mention my name in this article.
Bummer.
Yeah, I know. Top officials, including Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, Secretary of State Antony Blinken, and Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo have all made trips to China in recent months, so it looks like this might be a partisan conversation only. There have been multiple flashpoints in U.S.-China relations this last year, including a spy balloon that floated through U.S. airspace in late January. Come on, New York Post, get with the story. They were floating around here over the island of Guam with their spy balloons that Joe Biden allowed to travel all the way over Guam, into Hawaii, all the way over the United States mainland before bravely shooting it down over the Atlantic Ocean in the shallows there. And don't forget them and et cetera, hacking the government email accounts by Beijing-linked actors, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, it's a very, in my mind, kind of an interesting story that finally I found a couple of people in Washington, D.C. There might be another that agree with me in that they are spies and, as I said, not economic refugees. You know, we were born at night, but we weren't born last night, guys. There's a couple of other interesting stories that might get around Stars and Stripes with this one. Marines and soldiers fire the first shots at state-of-the-art gun range complex on Guam, which reminds me, Real Joe.
Wait a minute.
We got to call that guy, Sablan. See how they're doing.
Yeah, JTM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got him?
I got him. I'll get a hold of
Listen,
him, man.
Anyway, try.
Yeah.
Because there was a question that somebody had asked me the other day about where I'm going to practice my gun, my marksmanship, as it were. And the answer is boonies. Out like bougie boonie?
Yeah,
just boonies. Just boonies. You get a thing and you do it like in the old Wild West movies where you got a bunch of tin cans and jars and bottles and you set them up over there and you shoot them until they're all done. And just get a little bit of practice in. That has been the extent of it that I am aware of. There aren't too many places where you and I might be able to go and practice our marksmanship. They've got that place over at GCC, but I'm not a policeman, so I'm not allowed. There is no more PD range, and some say that there will never, ever, 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 ever be another PD range. And there is a place associated with Telefofo Falls. And if you've got lots of gas in your car, well, I was going to say, if you can afford rounds, you can afford to put gas in the car, right? But if you got the time to drive all the way down there, yeah, you might be able to go in there. The last couple of times I was there, it wasn't really crowded up. And but I will give you a warning. Hearing protection always mandatory at this range. And one of the reasons why was because somebody brought with them a 50 caliber sized gun.
Oh, yeah, you feel that in your bones.
You feel it everywhere. Oh, my God. I felt like it made my vision blurry. It was wow. Wow.
Jarring.
Yeah. Well, that's actually happened once or twice. Where I was out shooting one day, and I was wearing a pair of glasses, and I can't remember. I'd taken a round or two off of a shotgun, and then all of a sudden my vision was blurred. And I thought, what the hell? I still have my glasses on. What the hell? What's going on here?
Fogged your glasses.
No, you know what? It made one of the lenses fall out. And so it's like I could see perfectly out of my left eye, but my right eye was all blurry. And I thought, what is this? And it took me a minute to figure out what was going on. And that, my friends, is the last time I ever drank beer and shotguns at the same time. Just, you know, those two things aren't supposed to really go together. Is this Manny on the line?
Yeah, you know, I heard you talking about the co-op, and I was like getting hungry.
Yeah.
So I wanted to reach out to him and see, you know, how they're coming along over there.
Well, and I'm happy to do it. I'll regurgitate the conversation. I was talking about a dream that I have, Manette, where we would have just an incredible, awesome set of facilities in the Paseo area, the Boat Basin area, and we'd go watch our baseball games, Guam Major League, whatever, at a state-of-the-art baseball stadium. And then when we were done with that, we would go over to your sort of boutique-style fisherman's co-op where we would be eating fresh sashimi that was just recently caught by Donald Trump Jr. and all kinds of other refreshments, maybe some sushi and a couple of cold beers over at your place. And I know that there is at least a plan to move forward with what I think is going to be closest to my dream. Buenas and Alpha Day, Manette. How you doing?
All right, and you guys, thank you for all the support.
Well, you know, we think about you all the time, and there's not one. You know, we've got New Year's is going to be coming up, and there's a big Japanese tradition that I've adhered to over the years to have some noodles and sashimi at New Year's time. So yeah, I'd like to be able to get it from you guys.
Well, I'm hoping so too. I'm hoping we can open in a couple of weeks. We had major setbacks with our equipment. You know, we salvaged them from the old co-op, and you know, we cleaned out the compressors and they got running, but all the electrical got salt crystals and stuff like that. So we're just waiting for the legislative appropriation to be released so we can purchase some new equipment so we have reliable refrigeration.
Nice. Well, is it beyond that? I mean, I'm going to assume that you're going to get that taken care of because you can move mountains when you want to, Manny. What else do you need? Are there ways that members of the boating and the fishing community can get more involved to help things out and keep the lights going?
Well, the main thing with the fishing community is to provide fresh local fish.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I expect from them. Our job is to make sure that the community has available local fish. You know, when you talked about earlier, you know, the scenic view and all that, I salvaged a couple of old metal reels, and we experimented with one, and we're trying to set up picnic tables along the shoreline.
Ooh!
So that, you know, you guys, you know, you're going to the stadium or doing some walking, you can come by and sit down and enjoy the sunset, as you always profess.
I love it down there. You know, it used to be my thing. I'd go over to, you know, do my running routine, and then I'd go to Jamaican Grill and get myself a plate of ribs and a salad. And I've already, you know, always got a couple of beers on me, so I just kind of sit out there and watch the sunset. And there's a boat there. I don't want to say it's a catamaran, but there's a sailboat out there that is in exactly the right spot to take some really, really gorgeous pictures of Boat Basin over at sunset. It really is a terrific place, and I wouldn't mind exchanging that or adding to my Jamaican Grill meal, maybe some fresh sashimi.
Well, you know, we always welcome all our neighbors and their customers to partake in our beautiful, beautiful area. And that's why we have the paddlers and the seafarers group here with us. They're all maritime people, and they all base their livelihood or the living on our traditional. You know, the seafarers are the Sackman group, you know, the old traditional canoes. And then we have the paddlers who also augment that, and they're the traditional Galidi group because they manually power their vessel. So, you know, we we would like to continue supporting the perpetuation of our culture and through these groups. And we're looking at a Department of Interior request to fund a more permanent or stable facility for because like the Casa group, they got completely devastated by the typhoon.
Yeah.
And paddlers, their vessels are, they were some damaged, but we need to protect these traditions, even though they're modern, because they're fiberglass boats in the one group. But we need to protect the perpetuation of our culture. And
And interesting, they've also got those kids that are throwing sling stones down there as well.
Yeah, no, it's truly amazing what they do, and we really support them in the co-op side because, we always go on the idea that we're a 4,000-year-old tradition, and we survived on fish and everything else all our life, or all these centuries, and we'd like to continue to perpetuate that. We don't want to be preserved, Ray. We want to be perpetuating.
I'm with you. I am absolutely with you on that. Even though I don't go out and do a whole lot of fishing because my brother won't let me touch the expensive reels.
Yeah,
I am the king of making. I'm the king of making the tangle with those president reels. You know what I mean? But so any idea? Can you ballpark me on about when the co-op might be open in the new spot?
I guess I'm praying every day. I'm hoping every day we can jump through all the hoops we have to are required, and also our rebuilding of our temporary facility.
What about public health? Have they scheduled you for the inspections or no?
No, we're still working on all the permits from everybody, but we have to make sure. I'm very serious about temperature and all that stuff. Like I said, we're the premier anywhere in the world. I challenge them to see how we take care of our fish.
Gotcha. Well, I wish you obviously a lot of luck. We talk about this, and I know that you've got people to help you out, but you are really the voice and I think the face for a lot of members of the fishing community, and have got a vision that as good as it is looking backwards and the perpetuation of our culture, I think that you've got a great eye for looking forward and seeing if there's ways that we can update, modernize, yet keep that feel of a Guamanian fisherman's co-op and fish place.
Well, the irony of it all is when we were at the old facility, the tourists, we get about 35% of tourists visiting us every day. And they would stand there with a selfie to take a picture of our old rusted building with an old sign. And I was pretty amazed how they consider us to be a tourist destination. So, I joked with the contractor for the new co-op, which hopefully will be done in a couple of years, that we're going to take that old sign and put it back up so they can continue to be able to identify us.
I don't know. I don't know why you can't do something like that. I think it's a great idea. Vigo, it's always great talking with you, and we'll keep the lights on for you. As soon as you got any other news you want to share with the listeners, by all means, give me a buzz.
Ray, if I can just put in a little point, around the Paseo area, we have, stray dogs. And they've been an asset, actually, for the tourism industry because it's funny. The tourists always try to touch them. They always try to pet them. I guess in Korea or Japan, they don't have dogs and animals running around. And the dogs are pretty friendly.
Yeah.
And there's people that have come around and fed them and all that stuff. We don't mind them.
Well,
but,
when I actually sit down over at Jamaican Grill, I like to keep my plate clean. I just throw the bones over the side because I know those dogs will eat them.
Yeah. Well, technically you're breaking the law, so that's your dog now.
That's it.
But, that's what I mean. We need to provide another, I guess, unincurred an advantage for our tourist destination.
I like it.
Because they love animals. I've never seen the tourists actually walk to Jamaican Grill and buy a plate of ribs and come back and stand there in the parking lot trying to feed the dogs. They're so amazing. Between the dogs and the interaction with the tourists, it's like the second best thing about coming to the co-op. But, sadly, the agriculture has done a great job at collecting all the strays, so I think we're down to one.
You know how it is. They multiply like rabbits, so it wouldn't surprise me if there were new ones before too much longer. There's an idea. There's a kernel of an idea working with Gain and the tour. I don't know if we want to bring down a whole bunch of cleaned up stray dogs from the Jigo Gymnasium area down into that area, if for no other reason, so that there is an area where the dogs are protected and safe and fed, and some place where the tourists can go walk behind a fence and go play with them. You get pictures taken with the Guam boonies.
Yeah, well, what we wanted to do is talk to the guys that are doing the miniature petting zoo or even Cushing's, because they've been around a while.
Yep.
If we can set up a little, animal farm on the side. I don't know if the EPA and everybody would agree to it, but, we like to...
Well, don't tell them.
Add to the... Believe me, somebody's going to complain.
People complain to EPA all the time about junk cars and boonies filled with trash and nothing gets done. Don't worry about it. Just don't make a big deal, as they say. Manny, between you and I, we'll get that sorted out. You have a great day.
You too, Ray. And thanks, everybody, for all your help.
No, thank you. Thank you. What an icon. Oh, what a pleasure it is to be able to talk to him. I'm going to see former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez here pretty soon. Oh. And maybe I'll bring that up in the conversation. We are in communication right now. I sent him a screen cap of a story that I just got on my phone. I don't want to call it breaking news, and I'm trying to figure out to what degree this is going to have an impact on tourism to Guam. But Alaskan Airlines is set to buy Hawaiian Airlines. Deal could be worth $1.9 million. There's a little bit more of the story, obviously. I don't have it in front of me. But Hawaiian Airlines, just recently now, were able to hold on to a spot at Haneda International Airport. United Airlines wanted it. I don't want to say it's United Hawaii versus Guam, because it's not Tuesday. I like to do that on Tuesdays. But anyway, so I thought it was interesting. United had set their sights on it. And then Hawaiian Air, who was not really taking advantage of that route and that stop at Haneda, all of a sudden decided, it's got value now because United wants it. But maybe now it also has value because United wants it, number one. And number two, we're the target of a purchase. And it'd be nice if we had some more value to the company, and we can get more money when we sell it to Alaska Airlines for just under $2 billion. So I don't know how this could impact us. But it seems to me, though, that maybe the executives at Alaskan Airlines might be looking at developing other routes. I mean, look, if they're going to fly all the way to Hawaii, all the way from Hawaii to Haneda, maybe they could establish a couple of stops here. And we'll fly from Hawaii to Guam and then Guam to Haneda. And then backwards in the same direction. Maybe there could be some value to something like that. And maybe with a player like Alaskan, I'm making a lot of assumptions here. The only thing I know about Alaskan is they've got the weirdest kind of tail art, right? It's got the Eskimo caveman looking guy
with the big furry.
Yeah. But anyway, would they have more of an idea? Because Alaska Airlines, they've got to service all kinds of different places in Alaska, including Juneau, the capital, that you cannot drive to. You can only get there by boat or seaplane. And so maybe they would have a view of maybe taking care of a little bit more by way of regional transportation. I was talking to somebody the other day about doing some travel in this area, and I reminded them that Air Nauru is going to be making stops here and along kind of an island hopper that they've got going there. And if there's value to that, if they're able to do that, maybe even just on a break-even basis, maybe more can be done with another player like Alaska Airlines in Guam, working with the people of Hawaii and the equipment that they've got there in the islands. I don't know. It's a big kind of what-if conversation, but you just never know until you start getting guys like former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez saying, you know what? Maybe I'll find out. He says we'll have a better shot at Hokkaido. All right. Well, watch and see how this new player in regional travel, and I include Hawaii, I guess, in the region. Maybe that's going to be a big difference for us. In 20 minutes, it'll be 10 o'clock in the morning, and Stephen Colbert on Guam. There's a story floating around. Details next.
Becoming a homeowner for the first time could be a little nerve-wracking, but it certainly doesn't have to be, especially if you have Lolita Kamet of Hoffaday Realty guiding you every step of the way. So have no fear. She also specializes in land sales, commercial leasing, local residential sales leasing, also military and corporate new relocation. So for all your real estate needs, take the first step in the right direction with Lolita Kamet of Hoffaday Realty by calling 671-688-6743. That's 671-688-6743.
GTA Pop-Up Prepaid is spreading the holiday cheer. The Holly Jolly giveaway is here, and we're giving away a total of $3,000 in Payless gift certificates. From November 24th to December 31st, sign up for any GTA Pop-Up Prepaid's unlimited plans, and you'll automatically be entered. 5 lucky weekly winners will receive a $100 Payless gift certificate. Plus, there's an even bigger present waiting. The grand prize, $1,000 worth of Payless gift certificates to make this holiday season extra special. So don't miss out on this chance for a Holly Jolly holiday with Pop-Up Prepaid. Conditions apply. GTA, we start with you.
Quality care, peace of mind. That is the FHP Imaging Center. Our specialized board-certified radiologist ensures patient-focused care with diagnostic medical imaging, including MRI, CT scan, digital mammogram, digital x-ray, and ultrasound. The FHP Imaging Center is open for most services Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 671-646-5825. Press 1 for an appointment. Now accepting of Guam. FHP Health Center. Our island, your clinic.
Go Niners! Go Niners!
Gold-blooded.
Dude.
It's not over It's not over yet, don't worry.
You know what sucks? I got meetings and stuff today.
Oh man.
So I'm not
That
going to
does
be able. I'm
suck.
not going to be able to jump. I don't know. There could be eye candy or something over at Applebee's. I don't know. But where was I? 9:41, and it is 2 minutes and 24 seconds left in quarter number 3. If I'm reading that right. And the San Francisco 49ers are leading the Philadelphia Eagles 28-13.
We're going to the championship, Ray.
Oh, no way! That's what's going to be happening now. Give me an idea of what the odds are. Is the San Francisco 49ers? Wait a second. Do I have that? Do I have their numbers? Are like 8-3? Is that right? Yeah, 8-3, and the Eagles are 9-1 going into this. So obviously, things might have favored the Eagles in this particular game, but they are playing San Francisco 49ers, and despite that 3-week losing streak that they had, they seem to have recovered fairly well from that, and are playing some great football. Portions of the program, including this part here, where I tell you what little I know about football, being brought to you by the guys over at Security Title. That's Kim and Ron, and I just want to go watch the big game over at their house and eat in that incredible kitchen that they have, and the incredible kitchen, the massive TV, made possible because of the great work that they do in the real estate community, helping people to be able to connect up with property they either want to buy and sell, just to make sure that nothing goes sideways in the deal, and that all of the money is put away for escrow, and that will help in the purchase process. But it also goes a long ways to making sure that all the continuing obligations to the banks and insurance and things like that get taken care of. They're really, really good at what they do. And I always say that if you're talking to a real estate agent and have made a deal with somebody, next call Kim and Ron at Security Title. While I've got a second, Joe, I need the da-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da. All right, there are still games playing, obviously, but let me tell you what we got so far. It was the Cowboys beating the Seahawks the other day, 41-35. I think the Seahawks drew first blood, and that just agitated the Cowboys, and they were on a tear virtually all the way through that game. It was exciting to watch the whole thing. 31 to, let me see, the Colts 31, the Titans 28, and that game went into overtime here today. The Colts beat the Titans again, 31-28. I got the Falcons over the Jets, 13-8. And the Lions finally beat the Saints. Sorry, Keena, 33-28 today. I got the Texans over the Broncos, 22-17. Chargers and the Patriots.
What?
Huh?
The Chargers beat the Patriots?
Chargers.
That's so terrible, man.
Right? What did we say?
I mean, I like the
nerd
Chargers, but they suck.
and
they beat the Patriots.
They beat the other sucky team here. So, the same way we've got Giants that are playing, right? That we've got real, actual, massive teams that are at play today. And then you've got this one here that just seems to have taken up some space. Cardinals over the Steelers. It was 24-10 on that game. Dolphins beat the Washington Redskins here 45-15. Printed out. It happened 45-15. Now, the game's still going on. Fourth quarter in the Panthers and the Buccaneers game. Bucs are ahead 21 to the Panthers 10. No surprise. As I said, San Francisco 49ers leading the Philadelphia Eagles this game at 28-13 with just a little bit left in the third quarter. And then they're going to start the process all over again. I don't want to, even though it looks like 28-13, right, and you get a lot of confidence, Eagles are a great team, and there's still another quarter ahead of them for them to take advantage of any of the mistakes, forced or otherwise, that the San Francisco 49ers might make. Praying for a Rams victory today, but elusive. They are tied with the Browns, 13 apiece, in going into the last parts of the third quarter. And a little bit later on, we'll watch the Chiefs take on the Packers. And then tomorrow it's Bengals versus the Jaguars, and that's the way things look here today in terms of the National Football League. 945-888-8255, 888 TALK. What's that? Ray is coming to Las Vegas for the Super Bowl. Stephen Blake says, "Go Rams." Keena says, "My Saints lost, but your Niners are doing great." And like I said, we'll see what happens when with the game going on. Your Dolphins managed to win. Wait, is she Dolphins? Seahawks got a bye this week, right? No, they played already. I don't know. Anyway, Keena, good luck. Find something lovely to watch on the television. Yes, I would love to go to Vegas for the Super Bowl, though I don't know that I'd watch anything. I'm just saying. I'm being honest here. People here have heard me say I'm a boy.
There's so many distractions.
I'm going to find
Vegas.
things that boys like to do. I want to do shopping. You know what I want to do is there's a Walmart there. I want to Dave Eckert. I'm going to go find Dave Eckert and a bunch of the other Chamorros that I know that live in Las Vegas now. I would rather watch the Super Bowl in Las Vegas at somebody's living room or backyard from Guam. Little Guam reunion thing. Get all the kids throwing the Nerf football around, and me and the boys would be out in the back doing some barbecue because it's a Sunday night there as opposed to Monday morning here. And I think that would be a great way to do that. I'll bring out some Goodzeria and beetle nut. Beetle nuts for me.
My crown's hurting, Ray.
We'll play that game where we'll try to jam as many Rischettis in our mouth without choking on it. And wash it all down with beer. You know what I mean? It's 9:47 on the Ray Gibson Show. I teased this story because I thought it was funny. The real Joe sent me a picture earlier of where's the guy? This is you, right? Yeah. It is a picture of you. No, it's not you. Hold on. There. It's Donald Trump Jr., it says. And then it just says Guam underneath it. And one of these 5 white guys is Donald Trump Jr.
Yeah.
I don't know who the fish is.
It's the one with the...
I don't know is the name of
one of those guys is a Wustig, too.
Oh, really?
No, I don't know. I'm guessing.
What boat company got that gig? Who got that? What do you want to do? I don't know. I'm taking Donald Trump Jr. fishing. Okay.
Maybe it's a Chinese boat.
But okay, so 2 thoughts in my head. Number 1, wow, Donald Trump Jr. might have been on Guam. And number 2, Guamanians can keep a secret. Nobody that I know of, right? I mean, was there a big hullabaloo? Was there candid reporting that Donald Trump Jr. was on Guam?
That would have been cool if he came here.
Is he
on
still
your show.
on? Is he still on Guam? No, it would have been one of those guy things. I'd just be talking about how great his dad is. Hot the sister is.
Terrific.
Yeah, just that. But anyway, if you're here, we're right across DPW's main door. But hurry up because I'm only going to be on for another 12 minutes. This story here, a November 28th story by Real Raw News, claims a late-night talk show host was taken into custody by military judicial officers. JAG arrests Stephen Colbert. says the headline, Real Raw News. The story says Colbert was brought to a processing center and will be the first detainee at JAG's new detainment center on Guam.
Wow, at least it's clean and new.
Right?
For him.
Because Gov Guam, I mean, they don't...
Remember when he made jokes about us?
It's not a Gov Guam facility. USA Today put their fact-check team on it, and apparently it was shared on Facebook like 200 times in just a couple of days. And they say that it didn't happen. Spokespeople for both CBS and the Pentagon said the claim is false. And the story was posted on a website that routinely publishes false claims about the arrests of high-profile figures. Unequivocally false claim of late show hosts' arrests. But one of the things that gave a little bit of credence to it is everybody's doing a lot of reruns because of the writer's strike. So CBS has been airing reruns of The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, but that was because its star had appendix surgery, not because he was arrested. Spokesman for the Pentagon, Tim Gorman, said the article is baseless. There is no truth to this rumor. In addition, the U.S. Army Judge Advocate General's Corps, the JAG, is a group of lawyers that advises Army officials and defends the Army and soldiers in military legal affairs. It is not an agency that would be conducting civilian arrests. At least not yet. At least not yet. Anyways, it goes on. I guess the point is, for those of you that check out Real Raw News all the time and go, no way, man, it's news, it's real, it's on the internet. Maybe it is, maybe it's being censored, or maybe they're just disinformation campaigns and things like that. 120-cell containment center is the real rumor in Guam. Well, who's going to run it? You know who can run it? My cousin, Freddie Berdalio, can run it. He'd been appointed.
Isn't he busy, though?
No. They just made him the new boss over at DEPCOR.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Senators confirmed Berdalio
Poor prisoners.
Freddie was unanimously confirmed by senators to be the director of the Department of Corrections. I feel really humbled that I got support from every member of the 37th Guam legislature, said Berdalio, who also thanked the office of the governor and his family for their support of his new role, which began in August. I supported him from afar. I wasn't able to get to the hearing, but I told everybody to vote for you. And just in time, too, because here's another DEPCOR story. Inmate found with suspected drugs and paraphernalia. You know, it's changed back in the old days, you know, what they call paraphernalia and things like that. Glass pipe stained with residue. Okay, that's one of them. A Bic lighter and a small quantity of suspected marijuana rolled into cigarette paper. A further search of the cell yielded a broken glass pipe with residue. A field test conducted displayed a presumptive positive for methamphetamine, which goes a little bit further to the suspicions that many of us have, that it is probably easier to get drugs in the Department of Corrections than it is out in the streets. 952-888-8255. I printed out this story, even though I'm really not interested in it. And it's a summary here. GWA says not enough information provided to understand the impact of the missile defense project. How many more bodies are we going to need to account for living on Guam? How many facilities are we going to be putting together? What will the requirements of those facilities be for fresh running water and sewage? And what are the power requirements of all of this stuff going to be? These are all questions that were asked, and the answer is, I don't know. Jefe Tiamo Grazi says, hence the new correctional facility at Camp Blas. Oh, my God, when did I start? What did I start? Is there going to be a thing? Well, is Guam going to be the next, what is that place in Cuba?
Guantanamo Bay?
That one. Are we going to be the next one of that?
I don't know if that's great.
No, you can't use it for that. We're going to build a military complex up there, right up in Barragata. It's not going to be a correctional facility. Tenorio. This was the number 2 story on the Ray Gibson table of contents. Tenorio announces 2026 gubernatorial run. Well, it's been a secret. An open secret for some time now. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio on Saturday made a more public announcement of his plans to run for governor in the 2026 election and talked about it some more on Sunday afternoon. I promise you I'm going to give you the best team possible to win this election. This is democracy, but together we're going to show them that it's best to be a part of this team. Tenorio, a Democrat, told the crowd at a gathering at the residence of Pacifico Martir, Pac-Man, and the family in Agate Saturday night. Yada, yada, yada. Lieutenant Governor. Da, 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 da. All right. So, what's it going to take to get this guy elected? Maybe more so, what's it going to take for the Republicans to neutralize this political threat? Now, I don't know if they're having like little meetings, little caucuses amongst the Republicans about how we're going to take Josh Tenorio. People like him, you know, like seeing him. I like
likable.
him. I always like seeing him when we're together. You know, is him and my sister, kid sister Rebecca, classmates from a long, long time ago, and you know, seems to be pretty was pretty good in the roles that he played in the private sector before he started working with the government. Did some decent work over at the court. But will his reelection be based on that? Or will we be looking for, dare I say, accomplishments? Will it be enough to come out and say, vote for me, I'm pleasant, I am Guam's first openly bald lieutenant governor, among other things, and then just think that the entire Democratic squad is going to be rallying to his side to the degree that as a lieutenant governor, how has he done with the roles that he has taken on? What does he do as lieutenant governor?
Beautification Task
Island
Force.
Beautification Task Force.
There you
go. Doesn't he have the keys to the Great Guam Seal for local businesses,
maybe.
etc.?
Oh, the Homeless Coalition?
Homeless Coalition.
Yeah.
So, and I'm you know, Blunt, is it time for Blunt? What is any of that pointing to any kind of great successes that we've noted? Because it seems to me there are more homeless people now than ever before. It seems to me that there is more junk out there. What was that road up in Zero Down? With the clean it up and it gets torn up again, clean it up, it gets torn up again. There are more junk cars all over the place. Although I will say that Ken finally got his car towed off of that area by Serena.
Oh, wow. How did that happen?
Yeah,
Miracle?
I don't know. Is it possible Ken might have come back with a couple of spare tires and a battery and a cup full of gasoline and was able to get it out of there? Maybe somebody said, yeah, Ray's right. This is embarrassing. This is the capital city of Guam, and we've got abandoned vehicles and homeless people around here. Could somebody take a Saturday out and go take care of that now, please? Thank you very much. Will that be the Republican response to Josh Tenorio's desire to become the next governor of Guam? Will that be their response to say, well, you've been there now for 8 years. What you been up to? What will you put down as your accomplishments? If it's not those two things. Now, I don't want to sound mean or anything. But when it comes to politics, there's no shortage of people that maybe will be rung through the... Stop it. Somebody says he's going to be the next MAGA Haga. Knock that off. I won't let you get away with those kind of comments here. And Ray Gibson, he's going to take offense to that. Where was I? I would wonder. I mean, the same way that I'll give you an example that Mike Sinicolas was treated by his own party. Is that something that can be expected among many of the Democrat community as they move forward with this goal? The same way that they've treated Chris Barnett in his own party? Is that going to be something, will they rise in support of Josh Tenorio?
No, they might run.
They might run against him. They
there
could,
you go, Michael.
Might possibly run against him. You know who's starting something today? Want to be starting something, got to be starting something, is Sabrina Salas Matanani. I saw this on social medias just a few minutes ago. Monday, December 4th, that's today. She is starting a special podcast series, episode 1, Peers Helping Peers. Now, she's working with Togi Incorporated, a bunch of nice folks in this town, looking to see if we can help turn people's lives around and make them useful, beneficial members of the community. And I'd kind of like to hear what she does with this. She has been a fixture in media here on Guam for almost as long as me. And while she isn't working in front of a camera anymore, I'm sure that there's still opportunities for her to voice editorial content one way or the other. And it looks like that's what she has decided that she's going to be doing for the near term. Look, everybody's got a podcast. Sean Gumatauta got one. Kazendo. What's his name? Brandon Vera, The Truth. He's got a podcast out there. And now so does Sabrina Salas Matanani. All right, well, let's see if we can give it a listen before too much longer and then invite her onto the show on the phone or in the studio and talk about that adventure. Closing in on 10 o'clock in the morning, KUSG Agana. Hey, did you hear? 3 times Magat, Pika's Best. My name is Ray Gibson, also Pika's Best, working with Real Joe Donady and Jerry Roberts. Catch you tomorrow, 6 a.m. Okay, it's time for the Fox News.
Houthi forces conducting the attacks on commercial ships and taking aim at U.S. warships. Fox's Lucas Tomlinson.
The U.S. Central Command, which is responsible for all U.S. forces in the Middle East, put out a very lengthy statement on